Hello. I've been looking forward to Saturday because I've had some interesting ideas for what I want to do on Saturdays. Because Saturdays are basically like fully open days for me now. So it means I've got a lot more like I could make a regular thing out of Saturday streams. But before I get all sidetracked by all of that, hi everybody, welcome in. It's me, Doobus McGoobus over here. How do you do? Wait, is Dubix McGoobus a already a content creator name? Because if so, that's that was not the intention. The intention was just to come up with a funny sounding word and then just work off of that. Hello, Jade. Hello. How are you? Hopefully you're doing. Wait. Hang on. I'm gonna do a little something to help me out. This is gonna be a very strange thing that I'm doing. Ignore the sounds that are being made. It's just me moving stuff around. That should do for that. Now let me find. Hey Draco. There's Doobus Goobus. Okay, so there is a Doobus Goobus. Whoops. I thought there was, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember. But all right, I got that thing up to the side. All right, but yeah, we're just hanging out today. If you've got any funny videos you'd like to share in, if you'd like to share in the Discord, by all means, send them in the Discord. I will have Discord up on the side so that I can keep an eye out for all y'all whenever you send something. We're just going to be hanging out. I want to make like a bunch of green screen redeems like Kaito. Kaito is so freaking cool in terms of like being like interactive stream content. Kaito is freaking amazing. I want to ask him how he does so many of his things, but I'm also too shy. I'm too shy. I don't want to. Mm. I need to get Blossom, who has no sense of shyness to her whatsoever, it would seem, to do that. Also, it's a little stuffy in here. Let me go turn my air conditioner on. I'll be right back. Can't stay for long, but did want to hop in and just say have a good stream. Well, hey, the fact that you showed up just shows that you care, and that's something you can't buy. All right, so I've got Discord up. I'm gonna go ahead and start doing some just doodles. I want to get the daily doodle in. I already did the base for the daily doodle, but I got tired at a certain point and just took a break, but didn't pick it back up. And I thought, oh well, I can do the base of it when I get back from streaming. Not when I get back from streaming, when I start streaming. All right, so let me just hop all of that in there and we'll get set up. But we're here to just have some fun. Oh, hey, somebody already posted something in videos. We'll take a look at all of those that get sent later down the line. So as we get videos sent in, we'll take a look at them. Pop that out. Minimize. Full screen. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. So we're gonna finish up the daily doodle for today, and then we're gonna just hang out for a bit. We're not gonna put any kind of like big have tos on today. That's what Saturdays are gonna be. Just chill vibes and good times. Hence why it's, just chatting. So for now, let's switch over. So today's theme is bath, and neither Neither of these two are happy about that. So we're gonna start with the easiest one, which will be Gresha. I always forget how to do her, uh, draw her middle bang. It always feels like I forget how that's supposed to look. I also need to figure out how to do wet hair. Not something I'm particularly used to drawing. She's so funny. I love her. I might even show off some of the Foundry stuff that I've been doing because I recently got. I mentioned it before, but I don't think I really got into it. But I recently got Foundry VTT because I want to. I want to GM some games. I love how she just looks so upset by this situation. She's like, I didn't ask for a bath. I didn't ask for this. It's just like, Gresha, you need a bath. I imagine this is how Blossom is every time she gets ready to take a bath. Well, no, Blossom actually likes taking them. She just, for some reason, only takes them when I stream art. For some reason, that's her criteria. The bubbles are kind of the challenging part, honestly, because it's like, yeah, I'm not sure how they're meant to interact with a lot of the general surface area of things, especially because they bunch up on layers. There we go. I think it needs to have a little bit more body to it. Gresha got like thick hair, so she kind of needs a little more oomph to what she has. Let's see. Y'all can hear the music just fine, right? There's no issue with that. You know, aside from the people over on the Twitters and the YouTubes. I still need to figure out some things with Twitter and YouTube when it comes to audio. I'll have to figure out some general. like shortcutting on certain things. Audio mixing on Twitch is probably just the best, just because it gives you the option to divide your audio up into tracks. And that is just by proxy very, very, very helpful. Also, it is raining at my current location, so if there are some weather issues that happen to occur, I do apologize for that. All right, let's get her angry scowl. She's not happy about this situation at all. She's not as fussy about it as Stab is, but she ain't happy about it either. Ow. Hi, Owl. I love her fussy little face. She's just like, I didn't need a bath, but I'm not gonna say no. It's like, I'm not gonna say no, but I didn't say I wanted one. To be fair, it's very difficult for her to actually probably bathe simply just by the fact that she has a lot of fur. It's like taking your dog for a wash, but bigger. It's like bathing a bear. I have like thought of like lore and whatnot for these characters. I do plan to have them be characters in Resets Defects, which I'm certain I've mentioned on stream, but I don't know if I've mentioned enough times for it to be remembered by people. So I think I might keep it that way for a while because it's funnier that way if I do that. Here's a question for people that they probably don't want to answer. Would you accept a hug from Gresha? She's a big old girl with big arms and she does not know how to hold back. Would you accept a hug from Gresha knowing the risks? I would. Mostly because I could really use a hug. Genuinely, no other reason. I just could really use a hug right now. Did you know? I remember seeing a statistic about this. I'd accept a hug. It's like, who needs? You know, you weren't using the you weren't using your spine anyway. I work at a computer. Let's see. Oh, did the head pots thing not go through? Hang on. Hang on. This has happened before. That. Sorry about that. Let's see. Is the head pats thing not working? The pats did pat. Okay. I just missed it. Okie doke. Just wanted to be sure. All right, let's get back to it. Back to it. Gresha is a hugger. That's definitely something that I'm making canonical. Is like Gresha, she with arms like that, she has to be a hugger. Like arms, like look at those arms. You cannot convince me that Gresha does not full on like bear hug people when she meets them. She's just like, yeah, all right, bring it in. It's like I'm not much of a hugger. It's like, now hang on a minute, I don't really care much for hugs. Too bad, I do. Gresha don't care. Get in here. It's time for hugs. By the way, I am just like totally open for chats. It's just one of those things where it's like I might look busy, but I am like fully open to distractions. As a weird off question, just for anyone who would like to answer this. Uh is Blossom streaming right now? I don't know if she is. I didn't check. Nope, no Holdra's online. Okay, then I might just send out an invite for her to pop in if she wants to. Let's see. How does this look so far? looking solid enough. I need to really focus on the outlines on this one, though. Let's see. Blushum. There she is. Let me see. There's a couple of friends of mine who are live right now. Not live, in a call right now. But I don't know if they want to disturb. They could be chatting with each other. I love Gresha. She's a sweetie. I love how cross she looks. She looks so upset. Let's see. I'm not the best with fluids when it comes to water and anything that's fluidic. I'm not the best at. Especially when it's got to be bubbly. Maybe make it a little thinner at this point. Yeah, there we go. Just her just scrubbing vigorously. Just Gresha, you have so much mud in your fur. Goes, it's how I protect myself. It's how I protect myself. It's like a healthy coat of dirt never hurt nobody. That's why it's called a healthy coat. I think the real, as much as like this is probably going to take a bit of time, I think the real troublesome one is going to probably be the whole thing going on with Luke and Stab in the back, because Stab is not having a good time at all. Like Gresha might be reluctant, but Stab is rejecting this idea entirely. We need to add a few extra items and whatnot, but I'll do that once I get Holly all set. I think Holly should. Yeah, I know what to do. This will be the first time people actually get to see Holly's figure properly, so that'll be interesting. I forget how these type of clothing looks like. It's not like how bathing suits look, nor is it how like underwear looks. Not exactly, anyway. I think the strings would probably be like right here. Yeah, I think so. Also, Holly is definitely going to be a little bit chubby. Just a little bit, though. She walk like she moves around too much to not be like she moves around a bunch, so I don't think I could put too much on her, but I do think she eats enough that because of her healing magic, like that she's gonna be a little bit on the chubby side, but like the healthy amount, I suppose, is the idea. She's thick, not as not as thick as Gresha. Then again, Gresha's thick in the context of she's built like bricks. Holly is thick in the context that she is built like cake. Holly is built like cake. She's sweet like cake too. think. Yeah, and we need to just put the little strings on the end over there. There we go. she she's so angry. She's just like, you are so covered in dirt. When's the last time you took a bath? Let's see. How do I want her mouth to actually be? Hmm. Having a little trouble because she is buck tooth. She does have a buck teeth, and this angle is trickier with buck teeth. Yeah, I think that looks better. There we go. This will be the first time we've seen her without her hat in a while. Okay. There we go. We're getting somewhere. She looks so just angry. Grisha. I've made her so unintentionally angry. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. I just realized I have to give her little freckles on her shoulders and whatnot as well. Like, she needs to have like all these little freckle spots. All right. Now let's draw the one that I've been dreading. We have to start with stab because I think it'll make it easier. Stab is having none of this. He's just no, no, I didn't ask for this. Actually, I think I need to have the eye be shaped a little bit more like. Yeah. There, there. Stab is just so upset. He is just like, ah. I need like a sound effect or something for Stab's frustration because like this is not something that is done silently. And of course we go together here. I'm gonna quickly check a couple of things. can't be doing all right over here. Let's see how we're doing on YouTube. About what I would expect. There we go. I think that's a little better. Now let's get him in set. I love that. I love that Luke has just got him in a full Nelson, just like you're getting a bath stab whether you like it or not. I'm not going down without kicking and screaming. It's so silly, but it's so funny. I don't know why. Man, I feel like there needs to be bite marks on Luke. Like, Stab definitely bit him like several times before he got him in the headlock. Blur motions are also a thing I'm not the best at, but that's why I'm doing these things, so that I can get practice in. Doing the outline for him will be tricky because it's going to be hard to define what part of him is in motion and what part of him is in stillness. Pardon me. Just screaming into the void. You're not getting away, not this time. All right, now for Luke. Luke just like full grit and the teeth just hi. Oh, thank you. Sip. Sip. Thank you, Sip. Hey, remember how I pronounced your name? No, it needs to be more like. Let's see. No, I don't think that works either. Let's see. What works? What works? Luke is just doing his best. Stab! You have to get a bath, Stab! I don't know how many times I'm gonna make that joke before I get sick of it, and the answer is I won't because I'm dumb like that. I'm too easily amused by such simple things. see. We do just a couple of little adjustments here and there. I think maybe just move them a little more to the side. Let's see. Compositionally, I think they need to be in the back for their the size that they're at. I think where he's at is actually probably just fine. All right, now let's get the finer details on that tub. Hey, Astral, do you like Star Wars? Used to. Not a bit as big a fan of it as I used to be. Used to like it a lot more when I was younger. Don't care much for the new stuff, though. I could still go back on some of the old stuff and be like, yeah, that's still pretty good. But some of the new stuff, it exists, and that's about as far as I get with that. Fair enough. I mean, I feel like that's the pretty standard take, honestly. Most people are pretty much just like, yeah, the new stuff just ain't that great. Some of it is downright terrible. Hmm. Ooh. Have a slight headache kind of coming in, but hopefully it won't get worse. I'm gonna get a drink of something really quick. Hmm. Is the mouth cracking a little slow? Looks like it's a little bit slow to me. What was the point at which you feel like Star Wars fell off? Mm, that's hard to say because I don't think it was like an immediate. There's any point where it's like an immediate, like we have completely fallen off the edge of the cliff. It's not like a sudden, it's, I wouldn't call it a fall off as much as of a, when did we make the wrong, it's more like how many wrong turns did we make before we got completely lost? That's about where I would put it. Like, how many wrong turns did we make before we lost the path that we were traveling? I do think there was like a certain point where it was like, yeah, at this point we are just totally lost. I would say the prequels aren't as bad in comparison, like, to some of the new stuff. I think, mm, it's hard for me to say because I haven't been keeping up with it. Like, I just kind of, like, I stopped watching after the prequel stuff because nothing enticed me. There wasn't anything left to entice me. Like, all the stuff with Ray is just like, yeah, sure, whatever. And the more I heard about all the stuff that was going on with Ray, I was like, yeah, at this point, they're literally just trying to gas this character up as the most special, important person in the entire world. And then it just basically gets confirmed that, yeah, no, that's basically it. And I'm just like, yeah, that's basically what you painted her to be. You know, you painted her to be the most intense person ever, and you shatter your own worlds, your own lore and world building to make that. The one of the most egregious examples of this is when Rey accidentally uses force lightning, which is a thing that is not something you do by accident, because we actually have written down the lore as to what makes force lightning work, because it's not like normal lightning. It's not just something you manifest through anger, but rather, like, the reason like why Palpatine learned it and Vader didn't was straight up just because it's a manifestation of unbridled hatred beyond all comprehension and a desire to murder and kill beyond every other point. It's not something innate, it's something that has to be experienced and gained, and then Rey just does it by accident, which is saying a lot to her as an individual, which would make her more like inclined to be a bad person as opposed to a good person. I also didn't care much for the fact that they tried to add more ambiguity to the the dark side of the force versus the regular stuff. It's like they tried to make them more ambiguous, and I'm just like, yeah, listen, it was clearly defined as just being a space fantasy with classic style of good versus evil type storytelling, and you're trying to make it not that, and you're innately not going to be able to make a cohesive world that works if, like, the world was built on that concept. When you try to change and tell a story of a different concept, the world itself isn't going to match it. So whenever you make those changes and whatnot, you contradict yourself in the world building that you set up. It's just the writers just don't know what they're doing. The back and forth switching between directors killed any chance this already doomed trilogy had, because each spent time maliciously undoing what the last did. Well, not just that, but like the fact that the every director just completely like, every director, not only did they try to basically undo what every director before them did, they also just tried to undo like the writing of Star Wars as a whole. Like, the story itself is trying, like, the thematical elements of the world that they have placed is something that they constantly try to change to make it easier to suit the story that they want to tell. And that's the problem. They're not trying to tell a Star Wars story. They're trying to tell their story in a Star Wars world, and that's not how that works. In story writing, the world is a element of the story, and whatever kind of story you're trying to tell, that world has to be shaped to tell that story. If you're trying to tell a different story outside of the bounds of what that world was made for, then you're going to have conflict, which is what kept happening. They kept trying to tell stories in a Star Wars setting that just was not meant to be in a Star Wars setting. Sometimes they got some things right, and most of the time they got things wrong. And it's just how it was. But yeah, I did love the original trilogy, and to even an extent, I did like the prequels. I thought they were kind of campy in some aspect. I didn't think they were as quite as good as the original, which, that's a given. But they were fun. Like, they were fun films, to say the least. That's at least something I can say about the prequels when it comes to that, is the fact that at the very least they were fun. Were they the better stories? No, not by a long shot. But they were fun. And to a certain extent, they did end up expanding the world's concepts a little bit more without like fully just undoing it. Did they do it in the best manner? No. But they at least they made an attempt to give it something to work with. But not so much with the new stuff. Ah, I love their little faces. I love them all. They're all so wonderful. It's a shame that I'll never be able to have these characters as players, but I can always have them as like characters. Okay, I think that's most of the tub all in. I'm having too much fun with this concept. I love them just being like super close friends. I like just seeing that, like the camaraderie of this group. Always felt Kylo Ren looked like a combination of Severus Snape in One Direction. Oh, that's funny. Okay. All right. I think that is the tub all done. All right. Let's get that little bench. All right. So that I think should cover the bigger parts. All right. Let's get a couple of shading spots here and there. He's causing an absolute ruckus. All right. I think the scene needs some elements. So let's draw a couple of elements for the scene. So first things first, I think something to help with the scene would be a bucket. I think a little bucket right here will help out with making the scene feel a little more correct. Same style, but let's give it a handle. Okay, and we need a bottom ring for said bucket. There we go. I think putting it right here helps give it some presence. Thanks for the stretch out and the hydrate. Rip. Good evening. Yes, hello. Have you any topics of conversation that are within the parameters of the rules of the chat? No sad stuff today. Today we're just vibing. The fact that I have to specify that is very sad. No, excuse me. What got you into art? Did you find it on your own or did you get inspired through someone else? That that's a tough question because I think just simply the act of drawing itself was the thing that got me into art cuz I started drawing things in elementary school and I loved the process, the concept that I could make things and whatnot. I think one of the biggest inspirations to it was probably cartoons, but in particular was definitely like I think the biggest inspiration to me on that was probably, and it's gonna sound so typical, but was probably Dragon Ball Z. When I was a kid, like itty bitty kid, I loved Dragon Ball Z. I enjoyed the show a lot. And one of the elements about the show that I think drew me to it the most was it was where I could really see how animation could be. Because I always thought like animation from like cartoons like say uh America or the West in general. Like I always thought cartoons from here were always they were neat but not anything that really drew me to such an incredible degree. But like anime really kind of showed me like no, you can get really crazy and detailed with animation. But I also think uh in the same vein, Disney or like old classic Disney was on that list of inspiration, especially I think probably Aladdin was probably one of the biggest ones, because when you saw the genie being animated, it was like this crazy thing. And the fact that like it really showed my like 4-year old, like 4, maybe 5-year old brain, this is how crazy you can get with animation, because the structural limit to it really is just what you are capable of thinking of. Like that's the limit. Like that is the only limit. And if you've got a good mind, like if you have a creative mind and can think up some of the wildest of things, like you can make it into a reality. For me as a kid, I thought that was the coolest thing ever. And I think that was like the biggest inspiration for it, because like I think Disney like gave the concept of like animation, and then like Dragon Ball Z gave me the concept for art, because I loved the artistic style of Dragon Ball Z, because it was so much more physical in a strange sense. It didn't feel like a mystifying sense. Like I used to love watching Popeye the Sailor with my grandpa when I was younger, to the point where I liked the show enough that he eventually started like recording them on VHS tapes. So like whenever they'd come up live on satellite or cable, whichever it was that we had, he would record them and on VHS and give them to me, and I'd just be so happy, because it's like, oh, I get to watch all of my favorite cartoons off without having to have cable. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I was like, I don't need cable to watch the all the cartoons that I love. And it was such a fascinating little thing. Of course, you know, for like a 6-year-old kid, you're like gonna think anything's amazing to a 6-year-old kid. But yeah. Okay, so I gotta mention this. I don't know why. I don't know why, but Twitch caught you on the word loony. I'm not even kidding. It caught you on the word loony. That's so silly. Looney Tunes was one of the cartoons I definitely watched a bunch when I was younger and enjoyed. Tom and Jerry. I loved Tom and Jerry as a kid. That was probably my favorite cartoon. Tom and Jerry may have been my favorite cartoon as a kid. I say may because it's hard for me to compare, because there were a lot of good old cartoons that I used to watch as a kid. A lot of Hanna-Barbera. I loved like Hanna-Barbera style cartoons. My favorite channel to go to when I was a kid, when we had like when we had like satellite TV, um was probably Boomerang. I don't know if a single person is going to understand what that is, like the channels and whatnot, like Boomerang and stuff. Boomerang was like my favorite one. Does anyone remember what that one is? I know a lot of people know what like Cartoon Network and Disney Channel were, but does anyone remember Boomerang? Hi, Panzer. Hey, Panzer, do you remember the Boomerang channel? Yep. Thank goodness. I'm not the only one. To be fair, it was the channel where you got to watch the classic Hanna-Barbera cartoons and whatnot. Boomerang was great. Absolutely. It's where you got to watch cartoons like Popeye, Yogi Bear, the classic Yogi Bear, Wacky Racers. Let's see. The classic, the absolute classic that is the original Scooby-Doo series. Popeye the Sailor was also one I believe that you could get on Boomerang. You could get like all the good old cartoons on Boomerang. The Smurfs, the Jetsons, the Flintstones. Ah, yeah. Was Johnny Quest on there too? I believe it was. Samurai Jack was on there too. I thought Samurai Jack was specifically on the. Hmm. I remember seeing it on Cartoon Network a bunch. I don't actually remember seeing it on Boomerang. I don't actually remember seeing Samurai Jack on Boomerang. I remember seeing it on Cartoon Network. Because I remember the old when Cartoon Network was actually cool and based, they did these like little between cartoon things where all of the Cartoon Network characters shared the same universe. And there was like this one episode where like Samurai Jack like got his like clothing mixed up with somebody else's, and like all of his white like kimonos got like turned to a different color. I don't remember who it was, but I remember he was interacting with Johnny Bravo in the wash. I think I need to add a little something right here, and the scene will be more filled out. I'm getting a lot more refined with my like scene designing, and I'm glad to see that. It's something I've put off studying for so long because I always love to draw characters more than scenes. But as I've gotten more into comic making, I've gotten really into like scene, like drawing out scenes and whatnot. I'm still not that great at it, but like I have a lot of fun with it. If you found something different, a new road to go down. Okay, is there a lead on to that? You say if. Rip, stop using text to speech, like speech to text or whatever it is, because it just does not work for you, man. I don't know how many times I've had to tell you, just like, just stop using that thing. Just type. You have fingers. Just type. The option to type is always present. Literally always present, no matter what. But how ESE is he supposed to drive? Else. Don't. Don't watch a stream while driving. Simple as that. Don't be a don't be a reckless driver. Focus on the road. You shouldn't be watching a stream. Listening to it, that's fine. But watching it, that's dangerous. I'm gonna drive and watch if I want, forehead. Yeah, but you have the luxury of driving a tank. It doesn't matter who or what gets in your way when you're in that thing. At that point, everyone else is worried about getting in your way, not the other way around. I think that needs to be a bit bigger. All right. I think the last thing I need to do is put in a lantern and maybe a bench. I'm sorry, I was trying to say that a change of pace can help you get out of a rut. Well, I've completely forgotten what that sentence was meant to be in context to. So, yeah, you took too long to get to that. I don't know what it's even referencing anymore. All right. Let's see how this all looks now. There we go. All right, now all that's left is the outline. And then we can watch some funny little videos that all of y'all can send in the Discord. Few of you already did, so thank you for that. All right. Just needed to make sure it was on the right layer. I can't send the videos I wanted to send. Bruh. Well, do be aware there is a hmm, there's a sort of limit to that. Like, keep it clean, Panzer. Remember, my server's got some particular rules. It wouldn't be that bad, actually. All right. Just make sure that. All right. How is there a time limit and when it's put? What? Is there a time limit and where? I'm assuming that's where, but I don't know what MST is meant to be. Where MST? Where put? Yeah, that means. Can you just say what you're trying to say? It's a meme for where. That did not help me at all. Where do I put the video link? Okay, why didn't you just say that from the start? Jeez Louise. All right, so under memes or videos, you can put stuff. Jeez Louise, man. I'm going to have to teach you a thing or two. Not likely. Anyway, yeah, just either memes or videos, depending on which one you think is more appropriate. Just remember that the content itself, I'd like it to be clean. While I personally don't mind too many of those factors, I am trying to be more aware of like what I want to show and share and interact with as a content creator, which also includes my own form of speech that I have been not doing very well to clean up. Okay, then this video would be up to you then. I'll figure it out then. ultimately, no matter what, it's going to be case by case. Especially when it's, sharing content. I love his fury. Just how angry he is to being forced to taking a bath. All right. I think that'll do for the art portions of this. Now let's get the text. Hi, Mizzletine. I'm assuming you's just lurking. Whew. Pardon me. Bless you. Thank you. I sneezed earlier and didn't check chat. So, out of curiosity, because I feel like there's gonna be some, I want to see if there are weird people in chat because I love seeing chaos. Who here agrees with this idiot? Who here agrees with this idiot? Thanks for the hydrate. Dirt may be stealthy, but stench is not. Logically, it helps mask his scent and is easier to camouflage with his environment and the woods. I love how that we have the two contradictory statements. There's like it goes, it might be stealthy, but it's stinky. And then you've got Riptarion just like, actually, because it's stinky, it actually helps him blend more into his environment because he matches the smell. You know, I didn't say make an argument for, I said, do you agree? All right. Kind of 50-50 on me. On an adventure away from people, it's fine, but when we come back to civilization, we need a bath. So you disagree then, because they're back from hucking it in the woods, and yeah, Stab is not having any of it. Is this a commission? Nope. It's just a daily doodle. If you want to see the kind of stuff I do as commission order, Missed a spot. Are the characters your OCs? Just trying to figure out, because I don't really care for the term OCs as much these days, but yeah, they are. I don't know why, but these days I'm not really big into the term OCs. Like, I understand what it is and whatnot, but I feel like it's one of those weird things that's just like, yeah, that's what they are, but for some reason it doesn't sound as nice. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. All right, that's day. What day is it? Day 34. Bath. love I love little Holly just scrubbing away at Grisha. And then you just got Luke in the back trying to wrangle in Stab. Ow. Alright, I'm gonna go post this. And then we can go and just chat it up again. Alright. So if you're in the Discord, you'll be able to see this first, because I usually try to post them to the Discord first. Oh, did I not save it as a image yet? No, I did not. Okay, let me. All right. Now let's go into the Discord and post. Where is the thing? There it is. Took me a second. Today's Daily Doodle up on the Discord. Now let's post it on Le Twitter. Gonna watch my movie now. Have a good night. All right. Thank you, Methyl Hope you have a good rest of your evening. All right. Daily Doodle. I could stream this part. I think. Let me double check. Make sure I'm not gonna mess something up. So good. Okay. Yeah, no, I can stream this part. All right. This one. Hey, Astral, am I too late? Well, you missed the process, but you didn't miss the, like, posting. So we're going to be posting the image in a moment. Let me just quickly do a couple of things, because some things are out of place. All right. All right, so here we go. Do cool beans. I'll lurk for a bit then. All right. Feel free to share videos, because we're actually moving on to more active content, I suppose. Let's see. And All right. Pieces posted. We're up on that. I like it. I've had so much fun with so many of these pieces. These characters are definitely going to be here to stay. I don't think they're going to be going anywhere anytime soon. I completely made these characters by just random accident. I did not expect them to become so reoccurring, nor did I expect myself to love all of them so much. I genuinely love these characters. I want to make a story about them. I want to have like a little comic series, but I don't know if I'm skilled enough to make a comic series like that. I mean, I kind of am making a comic series as it is. It's a single panel like series thing, but it's not exactly crazy popular. I mean, don't get me wrong, people seem to like it, but it's not like I'm blowing up on Twitter or anything because I make these funny little things. Like I imagine people see this and they go, "Oh, that's pretty neat," and then they just move on because it's just sketch layer. That's all it is. I don't do anything more than that. I just keep it at the sketch layer. As much as it would be fun to just go even further with these characters and all that. I don't know. I'm so pessimistic about these kinds of things, I guess. I love this one though. I love just Holly just downing all of that food. One day soon, anime show. I don't know about that. Imagine if these characters, man, somebody clip this and keep it for like weird future reference or something. Imagine one day, like, I get to make these characters into a cartoon. How wild would that be? Huh? How crazy would that be that I get to have these weird little characters be, like, in a cartoon? Like a little animation project. I'd like to do something like that one day, but I'm not much of an animator. I do animation here and there, but I am not that good of an animator. I consider myself moderate, if okay, in animation, but I don't consider myself crazy good. I think I'm better with just illustrative work, but that's probably where it goes. I want to see more people see and enjoy these characters, though. Like, if we look at this, it says there were 58 views on this. And I'm just wondering, it's like, how do I reach out? How do I get more people to see? Because in terms of like views to like ratio, that's not bad. Like this just went up to 8. Like this is at 8 likes with 60 views. That's not bad. Like in a general ratio, if you amp that up to like if it had 1,000 views, then you would have a really good chunk of like likes and whatnot on it. But the problem is I don't know how to reach out. I don't know what reaches out to more people. I have considered posting these on Instagram though, but I'm very cautious about that because I don't know how Instagram posting kind of works these days. Instagram is very strange to me. But let's take a look at some videos. So let's see, am I on the right stuff? Yes, okay. So let's see. What did y'all post? What did y'all show me? Let's see. Got a couple of things. Chimkin out here posting direct stuff through Discord, so that's a problem. That's a problem. Let me see. So Chimkin, I can't. Well, I could play yours. It's just gonna require me to be a bit more finicky with it. Hang on. Okay. Gonna need to just make some adjustments here. I think that does it just fine. weirdly, hang on, some it is a tad strange, but okay. All right, so Chimkin, what have you got?
Dude, these look bussin'. Do you want a brownie?
I want a brownie.
You want a brownie?
I want a brownie.
Well, too bad. They're beans.
That's Chimkin, that's evil. That's awful in every capacity. It's like, would you like a brownie? Well, too bad, because they're beans. What is wrong with you, Chimkin? I know you're not here, but what is wrong with you? All right, let's see. What have we got? Top soccer shootouts ever with Scott Sterling. I don't know who any of these, what any of this is, but let's see what we got. Who posted this? This was... I can't read it, unfortunately, because of stream stuff. Twas I. All right. Actually, hang on. Let me do something real quick. Just so that the people who are watching this on other places can actually hear this. All right, let me see. Where is where is it at? There it is. Okay, so just check mark this. There we go. Man, is that sucky football? All right, so let's see what we got.
Game of the year between Yale and North Carolina.
If you're just joining us, we have witnessed an unbelievably well
I
fought
don't really keep up with soccer, so I'm not the most like aware of certain things. You touched me, I'm a fake injury.
match
What?
tonight, and it's come down to penalty kicks. Peterson for Yale, taking the first approach.
Oh, there it is! Spectacular! North Carolina's goalkeeper Richards just let one in past him now. So now the burden rests on Yale's Scott Sterling.
Here he comes, nerves of steel, that man, dealing with more pressure now than a submarine.
Indeed.
Home crowd showing some appreciation.
Johnson places the ball on the spot, getting ready. That man literally
soccer.
has a cannon for a leg.
Yes, he does.
Here he goes, winding up for the shot, and oh! The cannon has fired and hit
Sorry, did he just get knocked out?
Sterling directly to the face.
Well, all right.
We clocked that at a stunning
I mean, he stopped it.
116
But ow.
kilometers.
Wait a minute, can you see the imprint of the soccer ball on his face?
Sterling directly
Hang on a minute. Can you see the imprint on his
to
face?
the face.
We clocked that at a stunning
Yeah, you can see. It's hard to see, but
106.
you can see the outline from the lines on the soccer ball imprinted on his face in blackened eye. Newly blackened eye. Bro took it like a champ.
15 kilometers per hour.
Now that's a lot of miles per hour.
Little chance that
Okay, that was funny. Now that's a lot of thanks for a minute. Miles per hour. Just, I love how there was an attempt to do the math, and he just said, "Nah, I'm not doing that today."
man's nose is not broken right now.
Oh, indeed. Now Sterling getting checked out for that one. Spectacular save, though, but sadly, he's not out of the woods yet.
On his feet now, a bit shaken.
But not stirred.
This crowd absolutely loves this man.
And Sterling's teammates welcome him back a hero for now.
He looks wobbly. Man, he is the shortest guy out of that group. but he looks wobbly. I would not have expected the smallest guy in the group to be the goalie.
Yale's up again for the second attempt, looking to make it 2-0.
He approaches the ball with some determination. Here he goes. Oh,
It's high!
Trust, just keep watching. How did you fumble that? This is a professional game, ain't it?
And wide, way off target.
Yes, apparently he thought he was kicking a field goal.
Wrong kind of football.
How did he fumble that so hard? That's, ooh boy, that's gotta be embarrassing. Yeah, I don't blame him for falling down like that. Like that, you gotta feel some incredible shame with
Good
that
show.
one.
Back now to Scott Sterling. He looks a bit worse for wear, but ready for round 2.
And Shaw takes a moment. Here he goes with the approach.
Oh!
Oy,
Sterling
that
with
was
a
a-
fantastic dive. The ball flies straight through his
Oh, I
hands and
think
once
he-
again strikes
is
him
he out
straight in the
cold?
schnoz.
And let's see it
Yeah.
again on the old instant replay. Oh, every excruciating detail captured in HD perfection.
I think he's out
Clocked at
cold.
129 kilometers per hour. Sterling does not look well.
2 wonderful saves and 2
Jeez Louise. That's the second time he stopped it with his face. His nose has got to be broken.
definite concussions.
They may replace him at this point. He's done all he can.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
he's
as his
out.
trainer takes him off the field like a mustache lion dragging a gazelle through the Serengeti.
Adieu.
These commentators are fantastic.
Scott Sterling.
Adieu.
Yale now with their third PK. Richards is in the goal, bouncing like an infant girl.
The crowd holds their breath as he goes in. Here it comes. Oh, very anticlimactic.
Let's see who they got to replace Scott
Sterling is back!
He's back. Brother, you have 2 concussions. What are you doing?
He's still in the game!
Oh my! And he's taking a very odd tactic now.
Seems to be curling up to protect his face.
Not exactly a recommended technique, but here it goes. Wait, no, Lambert needs to tie his shoe. Oh, and that's why you do
Trust, keep watching. Brother, what is going to happen here?
a double knot kick.
Is he going to get hit in the
Sterling
face again?
still waiting for the kick to happen. He's probably wondering when. Oh! Sweet buttered crumpet!
My
The ball
goodness!
drills Sterling right in the
Okay, that had to be on purpose. There's no way you do that by accident.
That man's
That
nose
does
must be
not
absolutely
happen
devastated.
by
He's gonna
accident.
look like a witch that flew her broom into her nose and then crashed into a hammer.
I hardly even care about this attempt. Let's go back to Scott!
I hardly even care about this attempt. Let's go back to Scott Sterling. My goodness, this guy looks like he is not even.
Sterling, the man,
The myth!
Jeez Louise,
the
he is messed
legend.
up.
3 perfect blocks by Sterling and his cat-like face reflexes.
And he is just out.
Absolutely incredible, though I must say Sterling does not look well at all.
Well, you know football players like to add a bit of drama, don't they?
They're gonna take him out. No, wait! They brought him a chair!
There's no shot they're gonna sit him in a chair just for him to get hit in the face a 3rd time.
Oh, a bold move by the man.
Not a 3rd. This would be a 4th time because he had the 1st one and the 2nd one. Man, this is trust.
Bain
Keep
sets up
watching.
for the
I
4th
don't know if I
attempt.
This,
want to.
frankly,
This
is a
man
gimme.
looks like he's
He
about
literally
to
just has
freaking
to kick it
die.
anywhere except where Sterling.
His nose looks so messed up. My goodness, I feel the pain. I feel the throbbing pain in his nostrils. Oh my goodness, he's gonna have
There
a
is
hard
no
time
possible
breathing
way
right
that
now.
North Carolina can mess up this shot. Oh! 158 kilometers per hour!
This man can do no wrong!
Look at him beg for mercy when it's mercy that
teeth
should
are
be begging for
broken.
him.
He has looked death in the eye and said, take your best shot!
Is this
To
a
it-
comedy skit? There's no way this is real. This is not real. This is a comedy skit that somebody has set up because that does not happen. That does not happen. This is a comedy skit.
Death replies by punching him in the face over and over and over again.
If Yale makes this final shot, it's all over. But no! Oh, he misses,
You
which
just
means we're
realized
going
that?
to Scott.
I don't know. I've never heard of any of this before, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't watch soccer. I don't watch sports. I don't know what they do, what's real and what isn't.
Sterling!
His face is like a brick wall.
A brick wall that can feel pain and cries a lot.
But where's Sterling? Oh, he seems to be crawling away from the goal. What is he doing?
He's throwing away the mat. Ah!
This man wants out. This man wants out so bad. Yeah, it's a sketch. All right. Gonna be real. I didn't know if this was a sketch or not at first, but after it happened a third time, I was like, I don't know about this. Because I don't watch soccer. I don't know what they allow and what they don't allow.
Look at that! He played it just right! What incredible instincts to crawl away from the goal like that!
And his teammates rush the field, happy as a lark as they slide in.
He's just dead.
A Bernini sculpture of a finish!
As his teammates carry him off on the stretcher of glory, we thank you for sharing this
Just slap the
absolutely
trophy
heart-stopping
on his
finish.
chest.
Scott Sterling and his face of steel have won it all.
Well, all right. So, Studio C, I'm guessing these guys are... They're comedy skit guys. This is an 11-year-old skit with 98 million views. All right. Let's see. All right. What is this? What is this next thing that I am currently looking at? Funny talking animals. This is 16 years ago, so this might be interesting.
Time. Daytime. Nighttime. Daytime. Night.
Man, that was me at like 5. Whenever I put my hands over my face, like me at 5 years old, just putting my hands over my face, just being like this bird.
Daytime.
What are you doing?
Having a game of nighttime, daytime. You want to play?
No, you're right. I got an Xbox.
Excuse me, I'm having a bit of trouble with me wing. I think it's broken. Can anyone help?
Do I know anyone who can help? Gather round, brothers and sisters, join me.
I didn't expect this. I did not expect this.
You're ready to receive the healing, ready to receive the light.
Hey,
Gospel
Darren, have you
bird.
tried that new toothpaste?
Yeah, it's horrible. Are you sure it's not bubble bath?
Of course it's... It's not you, idiot. Norman, have you tried the new toothpaste?
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's made my gums go all numb. I've lost control of my lips.
Oh, I think it's nice. Minty fresh.
Man. Who thinks of these things?
Cheer up, Trev. I'm all right, Bernie. Here, gag for you. This fella and a giraffe walk into a bar. Giraffe goes to sleep on the floor. Barman says, "Oi, what's that lion there?" Fella says, "It's not a lion, it's a giraffe."
I was wondering where that was going, and I was just like, oh, it was just an actual joke they were setting up. It has nothing to do with them being birds, other than the fact that they look like they're laughing manically. Their necks look so skinny. What kind of birds are these? I know I'm, like, derailing completely from what's being shown, but, like, what kind of birds are these? I don't know what these are.
Giraffe! You crack me up, Trev.
All right. I think this is definitely a strawberry one, John. Either that or a berry of some sort.
This one's got a green wrapper, so what's that? Apple?
No, I've got a green one too. I think they're lime.
It doesn't taste like a lime.
They never do. That's how you can tell they're the lime ones.
Oh, I don't know what this one is. Tastes really weird.
What colour is it?
Brown.
I'm trying to think of any kind of commentary I could give on this, but I'm just not. I don't know. I'm just kind of like, just what do I say?
Brown! I hate a
What do I
breakfast
say
here,
to this?
but there aren't any brown ones.
Oh, this is some ugly birds.
Boobs! You are? Sorry, did I just say it out loud?
Excuse me, mate. I think you're in my stand.
Every teenager in high school. That right there. Every teenager in high school. Like every teenage boy in high school. Just wait, did I say that out loud?
There's space here. Could you move?
No, I'm not moving. You move.
Are you going to move or not?
No.
Right. That's it.
Whoa, get off!
Just move, will ya?
You move!
Oh, just move!
You move!
Oh, move!
You move!
Man, I'm just curious as to what the actual context to why they're doing this is. Like, ignoring the skit, like the verbal skit going on here where they're voicing over the animals and whatnot. I'm just curious what actually is happening here, because my assumption is that this has to be some kind of like mating ritual, but at the same time, it doesn't quite look like that. Because there are scenarios where a bird will get on top of another one, and it's more about like forcing them to move into a different direction because they're stubborn. But then it could also be a mating ritual. But it all depends on the bird, and I don't know what kind of birds these are.
Move!
You move!
Move!
You
Move! 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 Move!
Okay, yeah, that's mating ritual.
I get it!
I think I've seen this. This is the beatboxing chipmunk meme that I remember seeing years ago.
Can you come inside?
I remember seeing that clip ages ago. I haven't seen that clip since middle school. Jeez.
And wash your hands now, please, Cristiano.
Oh, Mum, can't Jamie stay for dinner?
No, it's time for Jamie to go home.
Oh, Mum, please.
I said no.
Oh, Jamie's mum lets him stay out.
Well, I'm not Jamie's mum, am I? Jamie, come here, please. I said go home.
Hey.
Now, you bath now.
You coming out for the Mexican night, Phil?
Yeah, I'll throw the old...
I think I know what these are. These are puffins, I believe. I think these birds are called puffins.
poncho on, show my face, you know.
Yeah, I won't go too overboard on a fancy dress. Johnny always wins.
Credit, though. That's an amazing tash he's got.
Yeah, true.
Hey, gringo! I'm the Juan for you. Chico, piñata?
Poor Linda, take the photo.
Hang on a moment, I just need to wind it on. I can't find the button.
You don't need to wind it on, it's digital. Get on with it. I can't hold this smile much longer.
I don't know why, but I don't seem to have a lot of luck with women. I mean, I'm kind, I'm caring, I'm...
Yep, that's how you know this is from the era it was from. That gorilla does look like he's trying to really squeeze one out.
No, it's a mystery, that.
Do I look through the hole or the little telly on the back?
The little telly on the back, now get on.
I don't know what this little guy is, but I like him.
Oh, Kevin, that's a
vibrating.
lovely tribute.
I just miss him, Mum.
Hey, this new bouncy field's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, I had me doubts, but the council's got to make this team.
Yeah, credit where credit's due.
I'm a big fan.
This'll fool him.
Is that capybara?
you're under arrest. You what?
Yep. Capybaras, literally the most chill creatures ever.
Oh, no, it's the fuzz. We ain't done nothing wrong, officer.
You mugs. It was me all along. Just having a wind-up.
What you like, Aidy? You're such a laugh.
I am priceless.
Oh, I tell you what, I don't like that man who's just moved in next door. Oh, he's really creepy.
Understandable.
Hello? Could I trouble you for a cup of sugar, please?
David, can you turn that racket off, please?
Thank you.
I'm Wolverine! I'm Sabretooth! Wolverine! Sabretooth! Wolverine! Sabretooth! Wolverine! Sabretooth! You can't get me on Wolverine! I'm Sabretooth!
Pack it in, you know I'm working nights.
He was watching that,
Oh, I've seen this image before. Oh, what is this bird? I don't know what it is. I can't remember.
Deal or no deal. You seen that? Don't seem no point to it. Giving it all
That blue box, red box, banker in a banker, no Edmonds, hey, bonkers, bonkers, he's Mr.
A shoe bill. You know, that makes sense. That makes sense that that's what that's called. Man, it looks like a freaking dinosaur.
Blobby!
Hey?
That thing looks like a dinosaur. That's crazy.
Rubbish.
I'm
classic
thinking
weird
about my
cats.
organisation and where you might slot it. Okay, I've made my decision. Andrew, with regret, you're tired.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Sir Alan.
Oh, this one's a. Please tell me this is exactly what I think it is.
Tired.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Sir Alan.
Alan! 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 Al! I don't think we're allowed to win.
Okay, it wasn't what I thought it was, but it was funny.
It's fine, just keep a lookout. What was that? That was me zip. Whoa! Where did all these come from? You know me, lads, I can't wait with an audience.
Alan! 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 Alan!
Copacabana. Music and fashion is always the passion at the core. Hey,
Otters are also pretty chill. Like, they just kind of be vibing.
are you filming me in the bath? Get out! Away, man, I'm naked. You better not put it on YouTube.
Oh, so that's not Alan. Steve, Steve.
Steve! 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 Steve!
Man, the internet was a different place 16 years ago. It was so much simpler. Less painful. You could just get a good kick out of voiceovers on animals. YouTube especially was a lot more enjoyable. But 39.
Before you ask, yeah.
Okay, Pansy, you have an interesting video to have shared. The most gangster tanker of World War II. I have to be very particular here. I don't know what's going to be in this thing. So I'm going to skim it a little bit just to kind of make sure what's going to happen here. Because this is a very long video. But it's funny. Well, I'll see what I can do with this. I'm usually not one to... I don't want to just stay quiet, is the thing. Sometimes I end up doing that, and I'm not happy with that. So I'll probably be doing a bit of chatting. Let's see what you've got. You wanted to share this? This'll probably end up being the thing that takes up the most time, but we'll see how it goes. If it, by the way, as a point of notice, if it gets a bit on the vulgar side, I might stop it if it's a little too much.
Yes, this is in fact the guy that Brad Pitt's character in the movie Fury is based off of, and yes, the nickname War Daddy was real.
All right. Off to an excellent start.
Today we're talking about the most gangster tank commander in American history, Lafayette Greenpool, his incredible crew, and their infamous...
Lafayette, hang on a minute, I need to test something. I'm testing something here really quick because there's something going on with the screen for my end because it's getting glitchy. It's not showing that on stream, I don't think, but it is showing it for me. That's kind of key. Close this, maybe that's not helping any. Let me see. All right. Okies. Okay, let's see if we're gonna do all right.
War Daddy was real. Today we're talking about the most gangster tank commander in American history, Lafayette Greenpool, his incredible crew, and their infamous M4A176W Sherman tank.
I'm not gonna remember a single thing about that. Not a single thing that was spoken there am I going to remember. Man just listed off a bunch of letters and numbers. I ain't gonna recall any of that.
By its moniker painted across the side, In the Mood. This video...
I'm sorry.
Sherman tank, known by its moniker painted across.
I'm sorry. The dude has the moniker "In the Mood" just slapped on the side of his tank. Already, we're off to a great start. Man is just that. All right.
Side, in the mood. This video is brought to you by War Thunder, the best and most real.
Apologies. We're gonna be skipping this because we're already at this point.
John Thomas Poole and his younger brother by 5 minutes, Lafayette.
I don't know why that's funny to me. His younger brother by 5 minutes.
Green Poole. They both spent their entire childhood growing up in Texas. The Great Depression happened when they were 10 years old. Despite that, they were both star athletes in middle school and high school. And then when they graduated from high school in 1937, John and Lafayette, the two brothers, wanted to join the Navy together. Like everything else they'd done in their life at this point, they go down.
Alphas always skip the the shilling segment.
To the local recruiting office together, and they both sign up for the U.S. Navy. Then they go to get their physicals. John passes with flying colors, but Leigh, on the other hand, is rejected because his eyesight isn't good enough because he has one bad eye from an injury from when he was younger, which is...
Oh. I always forget how strict it is to qualify for the military stuff. Like, the thing is, like, I remember when I was in high school or middle school, I don't remember which exactly, but I remember that I was asking my dad about this, and he said, like, you actually couldn't qualify for it because, now this is just because I don't know if my dad was kept up to date with stuff, but like at like registrations at his time, I remember, I think maybe this was my grandpa that told me this. I can't remember who told me this, but I remember that I remember that my someone had told me, hey, you actually wouldn't be able to qualify for the military services because you're flat-footed. And I remember that being a thing that I was like, oh, well, that's strange. That's a very odd thing for you to not be able to get into the military for. And I just thought it was a very weird little detail. That was pretty much it. I just wanted to... I don't think that's that way anymore. I think they've got, like, if you're flat-footed now, you can get in because you got, like, special shoes or something. I don't know. I don't keep up with it.
It's turning into a weird pattern at this point because there's a shocking amount of badasses that are originally rejected from the U.S. military for apparently having bad eyesight. I mean, off the top of my head, we've got Lawson Red Ramage, the first submarine commander to earn the Medal of Honor, which I don't know why your vision needs to be super good inside of a submarine, but whatever. Then we've got Willis Ching Lee, literally an Olympic sniper that was the greatest battleship commander of all time, that after he had won the Olympics for sharpshooting was told that his vision wasn't good enough. And
excuse me? I'm sorry, how does the logic of that make sense? He goes, yeah, we know you've won the Olympics several times for sharpshooting, but we gave you an eye exam, and it says you actually are really bad at shooting. So we're just gonna not hire you. It goes, I'm sorry, but do the several trophies proving that I am a fantastic sharpshooter not provide enough evidence?
And of course we have Jay Zemer, Medal of Honor recipient, the pilot of the most decorated air crew in U.S. history that was also rejected because his vision wasn't good enough. And now we have Lafayette Green Poole, the greatest American tanker of all time, also being rejected because his vision just isn't quite good enough.
I'm sensing a pattern here with the U.S. military.
Now, that being said, here's where Poole's just a little bit different from those other heroes.
You, bad eyesight? No.
He's trying to join in 19...
It's like, what's that? You're working in the informations department of the military and will basically never have boots on the ground in contact at all? And you're actually incredibly skilled and qualified to handle this kind of situational work for this specific thing? Well, your eyesight says that you can't see very well, so despite the fact that it doesn't really matter for the position that you're going to be undertaking, you're not hired.
1937. World War II has not kicked off yet, so he's not overly motivated to join the military. So, unlike the other three, he does not cheat on his eye exam to get in. He decides that he's just going to go off to...
Unlike the other three, he doesn't cheat. Okay, that's funny.
College and become an engineer. So that's what happens. John ships off to go get trained for the Navy. Lay decides he's going to stay around town. He helps his parents out on the farm. He goes off to college to become an engineer. And he also decides that he's going to start boxing to earn some extra money on the side.
All right.
But over the course of the next 3 years, he never loses a single match because he is an incredibly talented boxer. Then, September...
All right, so his career choice at the current moment is the fact that stuck with his family, worked on the farm, went to college, graduated college, and became an engineer, and then also decided to pick up boxing and never lose a single match of boxing. Love that we're on a great tracking record already.
16th, 1940, America decides to reinstitute the draft because World War II is looming on America. Because of this, Lay decides that he's going to try to join the military again, but he's concerned that the Navy still has records of him failing his vision test from a couple of years ago. So instead, this time he goes to an Army recruiter, gets signed up, goes to the physical, and this time he does what all great American heroes do. He cheats on that eye exam and he passes.
He does what all great American heroes do, cheats on the eye exam.
Seriously, the impact that a bunch of dudes cheating on the eye exam to get into the military has had on the world that we live in today is profound. So Poole ships off to training, he excels at everything he does, and then every time he gets leave, he's always going out and taking boxing prize fights to win more money on the side. So
because of course he is. Because being in the military isn't enough at this point. You know, going through the grueling factor that is the U.S. Army, or was it the Navy? I don't remember which one he just said he was in. I think I heard him say Army and Navy, and I don't remember which one he applied for. Either way, being in the U.S. military certainly isn't enough. He needs to also be boxing. Who's with me? Hi, Blossom.
Oh, you weren't supposed to notice me.
It's kind of hard not to notice you when you're loud as frick.
Why am I loud as frick?
I hear jingling in the background.
Oh, that's my cats.
Yeah. Luffy outed you, as one would expect.
You know what Luffy did?
What did Luffy do?
He destroyed my earbuds. The earbuds I use to monitor all sound from my computer. And guess what? Those have to have an auxiliary cable that goes into my Go XLR. And guess what? I can't use normal headphones that go over the head because they hurt my neck because I have a head injury, and I can't do plug-in headphones because they hurt my ears. So I have to have the Apple ones, the expensive ones. And guess what? They don't make the ones with the auxiliary port anymore. And so I spent all day running around trying to get a freaking converter, even driving an hour away to get one, and that they said they had, and then they didn't have it, and then I came back with some cheap ass freaking headphones that hurt my neck because that's the only thing I can use right now.
Panzer's in chat, by the way.
Oh, hi, Panzer.
I heard people were talking about military history and my ears started burning. Hello. All right, let's continue this.
Finishes training, gets assigned to the 32nd Armored Regiment, where he rapidly becomes a sergeant and a...
Who?
Hi, Panzer.
Hi, Panzer.
Hi.
You're very loud. Hang on. Oh, he left.
Yes, he said hi and he said bye.
I thought he was going to stick around to explain stuff from the video.
I thought you said you were going to do art.
I did.
Oh, you did art? What did you do?
I did the Daily Doodle.
Ooh, I haven't seen it.
All right. I'll send it over to you first before I continue. This is a great pause frame, by the way.
Explain things.
I think your mic is botched, Panzer.
Not really.
Because I heard Esplanton instead of whatever it was you just said.
I'm here to explain things.
Okay. Anyway, Blossom, here was today's Daily Doodle.
Let me see. Bath.
Stab is having none of it. Also, yes, I did in fact make because this is the first time everyone got to actually see like what kind of figure Holly has, because she's always in robes. I did make her a little chubby.
She's really chubby.
I gave her a little pudgy belly.
Yee.
And I gave her freckles.
She's so cute.
She's adorable. Is there any wonder why Luke was like, "Yep, this one." He just picks up. I just like the idea that he just underhand picks her up. He's like, "This is mine now."
This is mine.
Like, this is my girlfriend now. All right, let's continue. Oh wait, hang on. I gotta stream it so that everyone, you and Panzer, are getting like proper stuff with this. All right. Anyway, hey, that's how I got my love. All right.
Tank commander, again, continuing to box every second he can. As World War II ramps up, the 32nd Armored Regiment's training gets more and more intense as they get put in different climates in different places all over the country. They train in Louisiana, they train in Pennsylvania, and now they're out in the Mojave Desert in California. And at this point, Poole's developed quite a name for himself. Everybody knows who he is. He's a 6'3" boxer that's 41-0.
Oh, he's a big fella. 6'3", jeez.
He's never been defeated, and he is one of the best, if not the best tank commander that they have. And because of this...
So he's got to be like in heavyweight boxing at this point, or is this like the time period where they didn't have a difference in weight class yet? I forget when that was introduced.
I don't know anything about boxing. Anyway, I just wanted to stop it by. Goodbye.
So you're just gonna pop in here, just basically let Luffy be a noise and then leave?
Yes.
Why?
Because I can.
Hey, Panzer.
Yes.
Are you sure you can't like extend her streamathon for like another month?
Bro.
Monday.
Bro.
Until Monday.
Cool. Because I need you to not be focused on me alone, please.
Well, I'm gonna focus on you more than her now because you don't have any ammo against me anyway. So
now listen here. Just because I
Don't
can't
care.
work on it doesn't mean I can't put down ideas.
Doesn't mean that you're gonna do anything with it for the time being. So I'm gonna abuse the time being anyway.
Admit it. Blossom, what have you done? Why have you done? You know you're not off his radar. You're just less on his radar.
That's fine with me for now.
By the way, what are your hours at?
21, I think. It would have been lower, but I couldn't stream today because my cat chewed up my headphones.
Luffy saves the day. Luffy extending that timer. I just imagine Luffy looking at your chat like, "I got you. We're gonna make sure she streams forever." All right.
He gets a little bit of sway with how things go. So he actually goes out and starts picking his own tank crew,
Farewell, you
and he
stinky
picks
man.
the best of the best. In the driver's seat, he's got 24-year-old Private First Class Wilbert Richards, aka Baby, a nickname that he got when the crew was out for dinner one night at a diner, and the waitress looked at him and said, "I didn't think they let babies join the army." Despite
All right. Hitting the man in right in the face out the gate. Okay.
having a baby face, Poole said that he was the best tank driver in all of World War II. He was so good that he could parallel park a Sherman
Brother should have just grew a beard. Like that would have helped him. Just grow a beard. Instantly baby face gone.
tank
Some
in
people
the
can't
middle of
grow
downtown New York during rush hour traffic.
Get some bacon grease, it'll help.
In the gunner's seat, we have Willis Ollier, aka Groundhog, a nickname that he got in the Mojave Desert because he constantly wore his goggles and had dirt rings from the goggles around his eyes at all times. He is the oldest man in the crew at 28 years old. He was a factory worker at an ammunition plant. He was exempt from the draft, but he wanted to go to war anyways, so much so that he had to go to the government to get permission to quit his job so that he could be in that tank. At loader, we've got 21-year-old Delbert Boggs, aka Jailbird, a nickname that he got because he was allegedly there because the judge gave him the option of go to war or go to jail.
You know what? All right. I guess if that's an option on the table, one would have to consider their options.
At only 5'6", 120 pounds, Jailbird had probably the most physically demanding job in the entire tank crew. Despite his stature, he was able to load that gun faster than Poole could say fire. And then an assistant driver and bow.
All right. I love so far, his crew is already sounding crazy.
Gunner, we have Arthur Reed, who has not quite earned a nickname yet. The crew then decided that their fearless leader needed a nickname too. Poole was already becoming a legend. He was an undefeated boxer. He was one of the best tank commanders America had, and he made sure that everybody in his crew was squared away and taken care of at all times. He took complete responsibility for them. He was just like their dad, and for that reason, they gave him one of the coolest nicknames ever, and the same one from the movie Fury, War Daddy.
You know, that's got to be one of the strangest things to be referred to as by your crew.
It's actually pretty normal.
Don't say it. I know you're going to say it, Panther. Panther? Panther? That is a panzer, not a panther.
Don't worry about it. Pick it on my head.
Unlike the movie, however, Poole did not decide to name his tank Fury. He gave it a nickname that is 1,000 times cooler, and Hollywood decided to change for no good reason because they named their tank In the Mood. When asked what that meant later, Lafayette simply said, "That's just how I felt at the time. I was in the mood." So we've
Pickets hate me, got my name wrong. Ah, I see.
got the crew, we've got the tank, everybody has a cool nickname, it's time to get ready for war. They start training together super hard and become one cohesive unit. At this point, Poole, who's still been going out boxing every chance he can, ends up joining the Golden Gloves.
Wait a minute, hang on. He's moving around in a tank with his crew, and he's still going boxing in the heavyweight league. You know, I've heard the phrase built different, but I think this guy just threw away the instruction manual.
Gloves tournament, and he actually ends up winning and becoming a Golden Gloves champion, which qualifies him for the national tournament in Chicago. At this point, the Army is willing to let him take leave and go participate in this national tournament because it looks really, really good for the U.S. military if they have an active duty sergeant that's a tank commander that's winning national titles for boxing. Poole.
You know what? I could believe that statement. I feel like that would be good moral support for the troops. Also, how the hell is he pulling that off?
However, decides against it because he has his crew, he has his tank, and he's not going to let them go off to war without him. So he decides to forego his dream of becoming a national Golden Glove boxing champion and instead goes off to war. Because of that, he is then offered a slot as an officer, which he also refuses because he doesn't want to leave his crew. He decides that he's going to keep being an NCO so he can be a tank commander and go out with his guys. Shortly.
So this man basically was given the opportunity to become a boxing champion, turned it down to stick with his crew, and then he was given the option to become an officer and turned it down to stick with his crew. Do I have that right so far?
Yes.
After that, they would all ship off to England.
Based.
In 1943. Once they get to England, they just keep training, getting ready, waiting for orders, and then in April 1944, a famous boxer by the name of Joe Louis, aka the Brown Bomber, comes over for a morale mission where he's gonna box with some of the troops, you know, get everybody ready for war, get them hyped up, doing something cool, and guess who gets slotted to fight him? Yeah.
I feel like I know exactly where this is going. Fun fact, the 23rd Armored Division was stationed in Paris, France there for a while. So there is a better than zero chance that Lafayette Lafayette Greenpool had a boxing match in the same place that another man, that hurts my eyes to read that. File. Why is that hard for me to read?
Electrician.
Why is the word electrician so hard for me to read? I feel like my dyslexia is like hating me right now.
Electrician spelled weird, but yeah.
Electrician video about Eugene Bullard was in. Fat electrician.
That's who you're watching right now. That's his name, the Fat Electrician. He's an electrician.
I see.
Lafayette Poole boxes Joe Louis 2 months before D-Day. And if you don't know who Joe Louis is, he's literally one of the greatest boxers in the history of the world. This dude has 69 wins with 52 knockouts.
Nice.
He has one of the longest reigning title runs ever. He is on a different level than Lafayette Green.
I love that Pickett was on the exact same thought process as I was. Just nice.
Pool for
Bro,
sure.
Pickett
Despite
is based,
that,
and he also owns a museum, so he's hella based. And he's also a history buff, so there you go.
Everybody's hyped. The entire regiment is going to show up to watch War Daddy go toe-to-toe with the Brown Bomber, and it's going to be the coolest thing that's ever happened. So they have
I get the strangest feeling that the Brown Bomber is about to get a very, very harsh ego check. And on that note, from another side of the room, I heard nice as well.
Have this boxing match, and you have to understand this is a recipe for disaster because Joe Louis is just over here trying to do the right thing, help with the war effort, raise morale of the troops before they go off into battle. You know, he's being really cool about this whole thing. He's going from unit to unit, and he's boxing a new army guy every night for like months straight. So I mean, this is nothing more than a glorified sparring match to him. He's not going in there trying to actually hurt the army guy. Hopefully the army guy's not going on to hurt him. He's just going out there to put on a show. Poole, on the other hand, remember, just gave up his dream for a national title in boxing so that he could go to war, and now the world heavyweight champion is there and he gets to box him. So in the back of his
I feel like I know what direction this is going in.
mind, there's got to be a part of him that's just like, I mean, maybe I could take this guy. So Poole goes in there obviously wanting a...
My guy skipped being the process of going through the heavyweight championship and immediately is presented with the option to fight the heavyweight champion, skipping all of the fluff. And he is just, of course he's going to be like, of course I'm going to go throw hands. What else am I going to do? I'm never going to get this chance to do this again.
Real fight, and that's exactly what he got. The match starts. Joe Louis goes in there. He's dancing around. He's pulling his punches. He's putting on a show. He's being super nice to Poole. And then the first chance Poole got, he threw a hard punch and just cracked Joe Louis. Allegedly stumbled him a little bit. And then Joe Louis tied up with Poole and whispered in his ear, I'm going to teach you a big lesson. The ref then broke him apart, and Joe...
Here we go. Let's hear how this goes.
Louis proceeded to beat the shit out of Poole in front of the entire regiment. Poole is later quoted as saying that he was turned any which way but loose by the Brown Bomber. Now, the silver lining is that Poole somehow managed to not get knocked out, which is...
Bro got one hell of an ego check. He said, all right, bet. And the other guy said, you bet too much.
An achievement in itself going up against Joe Louis. And just so we're clear, if you're not familiar with combat sports, Joe Louis is absolutely not being a dick right now. This is 100% expected. This is how everybody acts in that situation. And Lafayette Poole knew that's how this would go down the minute he decided to crack him, because he had like 40 plus boxing matches. He knew what he was getting into. He got exactly what he was looking for. And it's absolutely hilarious.
Lafayette, he poked the bear. And the bear also had a bear at 50 cal in its cave. So, you know, oof.
And in War Daddy's defense, it is actually way cooler to say I got in a legitimate fight with Joe Louis and survived, even though I got my ass beat, than it is to say I had a glorified sparring match with Joe Louis one time. And pretty much everybody else agrees, and this serves to grow Poole's reputation even more. Fast forward 2 months, June 23rd, 1944, War Daddy...
So we're not at the good bits yet, if that's what I'm gathering from this, right, Panzer? This is just the warm-up.
Yeah. This is the warm-up. He goes through their entire history usually.
Eddie and his crew would arrive at the beaches of Normandy 2 weeks after D-Day. For the next 5 days, they would make their way to the front lines, following the trail of destruction left by the Allied forces before them. And on the 6th day, June 29th, 1944, they would go out on their first mission, attempting to drive the enemy further back. Using a combination of tanks and infantry, they would drive off the main road through crop fields, and they would cut through the different fields, and each field was divided by this thin row of trees and bushes that was called a hedgerow. As they
I have no commentary that I can give on any of this because I don't know what any of that means. Fun fact, this is why some Sherman tanks have spikes in between the drive sprockets.
go through field after field and have the tanks drive through hedgerow after hedgerow, making a path for the infantry. They would come through another hedgerow where seemingly nothing was any different as they continued to advance through the field. As soon as they reached the midway,
I'm assuming this scene here is from a movie that's meant to be in reference to Lafayette.
That's Fury. The entire movie of Fury is made after this guy and the tank crew.
And they just, because as he just mentioned earlier, he did mention that they named the tank Fury, but the actual name of the tank was In the Mood, which is exactly what you think it is.
Exactly.
This scene is from a movie called Fury. Yeah, that got explained. It is excellent, and I strongly recommend. I'm not usually big into military movies or military-themed movies.
Point, the two corners of the hedgerow they were in, up ahead of them, would open fire. They had walked directly into a German anti-tank unit's ambush as they began taking fire from anti-tank guns, machine guns, and Panzerfausts, or tank punchers, which were an early German rocket launcher designed to take out Allied tanks. The German
Panzerfaust. Let's see.
Its ambush as they began taking fire from anti-tank guns, machine guns, and Panzerfausts, or
Tank fist, not tank punch.
Tank punchers.
I'll need to take note of this weaponry and be sure to, in some capacity, manage to think of some way to give it to your model Panzer.
Bruh, stop. I
Which
shouldn't have done anything.
German rocket launcher designed to take out Allied tanks.
Of course it is. I'm a designer.
The Germans were so well camouflaged in the hedgerows ahead that they couldn't even be seen. The only thing they
Okay, admittedly,
Allied tanks.
That
the Germans were
in that film is
so well camouflaged in the hedgerows ahead that they
It's a great movie, man.
That is a wild shot. That does not look CG. I know it is, but they did a real good job hiding the CG. Like the tanks are obviously not CG. Like those are really there, but the shot
Those are real. Those are real tanks, by the way.
Yeah, I know that those are. I know those are definitely real tanks because you can see the treads they leave behind. Props don't leave treads, but this like shot, this thing right next to it. I'm convinced that that's probably that's probably CG, but it's subtle CG, which I think is the best way to use it. By the way, it's
a great movie, man. You should watch it.
That was a 105 millimeter field Hauser firing armor piercing high explosives. That was a jumble of words that I didn't understand, but let's go.
Let's say if that thing penned that tank, it would have gone up like a Roman candle.
Cool.
Couldn't even be seen. The only thing they could fire at was the muzzle flashes of the Germans firing at them first. As the Americans began to return fire, In the Mood was struck by a Panzerfaust, but it was deflected off of its armor because they were too far away when they fired it. And then a second, and then a third, and then a fourth. In the Mood had been hit with 4 tank fists and survived all of them. The Americans.
How?
Plot armor, man. He's the main character. Fuck.
God said this is the main character.
American tanks, including In the Mood, attempted to drive forward to.
I just imagine just every man in that tank just out here just like, brother, you better be holding on to a Bible because we need that plot armor. Could have been worse. I could have called it its actual identification name is 10.5 centimeter. That I'm not even gonna try that.
push through the ambush, but as they closed the distance between them and the German anti-tank unit, they came into the effective range of the tank punchers. In the Mood and 17 other M4s would be hit and knocked out. As Poole ordered his crew to bail out, he would come to the realization that his bow gunner and assistant driver, Arthur Reed, had been killed in action on impact. With so many tanks knocked out, the entire unit was forced to retreat, and in a matter of minutes, Poole's entire battalion had lost 25% of its men, 177 soldiers, and 18 tanks. So Poole's unit falls back to the rear, and they begin consolidating, figuring out how many people died, how many tanks they lost, refitting, getting reinforcements, getting everything.
Boy, that has got to be... that does not... Ooh, boy. Man just quite literally lost, like, a absolute ton of everything. It's like lost tanks, lost men, lost bullets, lost ground, lost everything.
Yes.
So how does the recovery go?
Done, and Poole receives word that his tank, while it was knocked out, is salvageable, and it's going to be up and running in a couple of weeks. At this point, most tank crews would be like, cool, I'll take a couple of weeks off hanging out back here, not getting ambushed. But War Daddy and his crew are absolutely furious that their friend was just killed, and they want to get back in the fight now, not in 2 weeks.
Ah, I see. He wanted the smoke.
So Poole demands a new tank, and his chain of command, seeing that their golden boy wanted a new tank, turns and says, here you go, and they give him their very first version of the new Sherman M4, the M4A176W, with an even bigger gun that's more capable of going toe-to-toe with German tanks.
So let me get this straight. Man here says, everyone here is basically saying, okay, we're gonna take a week off to try and recoup from this. And this man says, nah, we want that smoke. Give me an MF tank.
Yes.
And
They gave him a motherfucking
the guys ahead of him just said, okay, here's a brand new tank with a bigger gun on it. Shiny, sparkling, and new. When you get back with it, we want it to look like one hell of a piece of crap.
Basically, yes.
M476W is a very important name to remember. M4 meaning its medium tank model for 76 is the diameter of the gun. W meaning it has wet ammo storage. Panzer. What the hell is wet ammo storage?
The ammo is held in a container with water around it, so if it gets hit, it does not go kaboom.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that the ammo is so highly volatile in terms of explosives that it just getting jostled improperly can cause it to just suddenly explode?
Not jostled, hit.
Okay,
no, not
hit.
Jostled, hit. Hit by a round. So if there's a round that hits that, it will hit it and the water will dampen it and, make sure it don't go kaboom.
So basically that thing could just get barely hit and it just...
No, the round has to penetrate right there and hit the ammo.
Cool.
So Pickett knows more about this crap than I do into deeper depth, but yes, what he said.
Yes and no. If it gets jawed too much, primer could go off, but it gets hit, it go off even bigger. Cool. So they have to keep it. So basically, they have to keep it in wet. They have to keep it in water storage. Otherwise, this is not going to go well.
It'll be a very big Roman candle.
My brother, at a certain point, it stops being a candle and starts being a bonfire.
No, this one's a Roman candle because it'll set everything else off inside of it to include all the rest of the ammo.
Cool. So they're basically walking into something that could potentially be an active explosion.
You're an active explosion.
Given a replacement bow gun.
I'm trying not to have an autism show through and use smaller words. Brother, listen. I'm autistic, I understand it. You won't get me judging.
An assistant driver by the
I just won't understand.
Name of Bert Close,
he's got
a
the
19-year-old kid that looks like he just...
So do I. It's just mine is focused on design work.
Pickett, go nuts.
Got out of a high school classroom, and for that reason, he is immediately given the nickname Schoolboy as they paint In the Mood 2 down the side of their new tank.
Why is that name better? Why is In the Mood 2 a better name than In the Mood? Why does that sound so much better? Pan, I'm an agile. I need agile need $100. Why do you need 100 for? What are you talking about? What do you need 100 for? That's not how much a subscription costs.
Tough shit.
All right then. At least it wasn't 100. You have gifted
Give him $100.
272 subs. That is an absurd
Fear
amount
how
of...
much I have donated to you.
What?
I fear how much I have donated to you.
In some capacity, so do I. I wasn't serious, but thank you. Listen, the only reason he did it was because it was specifically directed at me. Basically, you just kind of gave him the light initiative to just sideline me.
Okay, now hold on. Yeah, that, and he scares me. I have cashed a check that he can actually cash in real life, and I'm scared about that because, again, I don't know if he's serious about it or not.
I'm free. All right.
Go back into the fight. Poole said he learned more in that first 3 minutes of combat than he did in the 3 years of training prior to that. He took note of how the Germans put their main anti-tank guns in the corners of the hedgerows to triangulate fire at the middle of the field, and they waited until they got into the middle of the field before opening fire so they couldn't retreat back into the hedgerows easily. For that reason, every time they cut through a hedgerow, they would immediately use the main gun and fire on each corner ahead of them, and then rake everything in between with machine gun fire.
So basically, they filled the air with smoke and flame. Got it.
Attempting to ambush the enemy first. And this extremely slow, painstaking form of combat went on for the first month. Just field after field, ambush after ambush, fight after fight. It took them a month to go 5 miles further into enemy territory.
Jeez Louise. That's what you just call the slow approach, but hey, it worked. It's like that. What's that one thought experiment with like the snail that chases you, and if it catches you, you die? These guys are the snail, slowly approaching. It's just the snail is also absolutely loaded to the nines with some of the most hard-hitting military like equipment.
They hit pretty hard. I wouldn't say the hardest. Yeah, it's the immortal snail, by the way. What he's up.
A fun little thought experiment.
And this wasn't just Poole's unit. This was the entire military fighting tooth and nail for every inch of land that they got. Because of this, General Omar Bradley decided to launch Operation Cobra on July 25th. The plan was to bomb the enemy first, and then bomb the enemy again and again and again, and then roll in with tanks and take care of whatever's left. On July...
You know what? That sounds like how America would handle things. That sounds about right. Blow them to smithereens, and whatever's left just pick off with the freaking tanks.
July 26th,
It's like killing a rabbit. It's like killing a rabbit with a cannon. The gun and the sandwich.
1944, Operation Cobra will reach its apex when 3,300 Allied bombers dropped 14,000 tons of bombs in the span of 3 hours. Just for the record, so we're all clear, 14,000 tons is over 30 million pounds in 3 hours. With all the bombings breaking down...
So those fields are now completely level now, right? I can just take one of those rulers and then just slap that on the ground, and the bubbles will be perfectly straight now, right?
No, there'd be more craters than the fucking moon.
On the enemy line, the combat pace really picked up as In the Mood started traveling miles a day instead of miles a month. During that time, In the Mood 2 would come toe-to-toe with its first German Panther tank, and it would take it out in a single shot with its new and improved 76mm cannon. From that moment...
Panzer, it's your evil twin, the Panther tank. That's an idea to put on there. An evil alter ego Panzer called the Panther.
Stop. No.
And I could make it an actual Panther.
I hate it here.
Instead of White Cat Boy that could also be a femboy that runs a Panzer tank, I could have him be an evil, I could have him be an evil Black Panther that has a Panther tank. This is brilliant.
I am not a femboy.
Yet.
Went on War Daddy, his crew, and in the
Not
Mood
even
2 led
yet.
point on pretty much every single mission his unit ran.
I think that's for me to decide.
No, I'm not a fanboy.
And he was
I think we've come to the I think we've come to the agreements, Pan, that you are in fact FM boy, and I have had this discussion at length with my husband.
driving the enemy back as fast as humanly possible. In the following days, it became pretty apparent to pretty much everybody that War Daddy and In the Mood 2 were in fact the main characters of this story, as he began sitting up higher and higher in his commander's position on the tank. Pretty soon, the other tankers began to describe it as he was sitting so high up on the tank that it looked like he was riding it like a bull, showing off his cowboy boots. Over the next several weeks, they put so many miles on In the Mood 2 and drove through so many...
I may regret this, but what's a fanboy? Well, a fanboy is someone who's very obsessed with something. A femboy is just a highly effeminate male, a highly effeminate guy.
Oh, God. I'm being defended by the husband. Let's go.
hedgerows that they wore out the engine and it needed to be replaced. And at this point, Poole, being who he is like, I'm not waiting for that thing to get fixed. Just give me another tank so I can keep fighting. And the chain of command is like, actually, that's perfect because now your original tank is fixed, so you can just have that one back.
No, here's the best part.
No, God!
Poole immediately is like, no, absolutely not. It's older, it's slower, the gun is smaller, and most importantly, my friend died in the assistant driver's seat, and I don't want to look at that for the rest of this war. I'm not...
You know what? Fair take.
Not taking that tank. He was then given a direct order to take the tank, to which he's like, okay, fine. He then orders the rest of his crew to go over to In the Mood 2 and observe it getting fixed by the mechanics and having a new motor put in it, which is weird because they're not getting that tank back anyways, so why on earth is he doing that? In reality, he just wanted to make sure that his crew was somewhere so they couldn't get blamed with what he's about to do. So he
Okay.
Just watch.
goes over by himself, picks up his new tank, and then proceeds to immediately drive it directly into a lake. I mean, technically, we don't know that for sure. The only official documentation as to what happened to this tank is from the maintenance crew, and it says, and I quote, "The vehicle was believed to have been driven into a lake."
There you go.
Man just said, all right.
And at this point, the chain of command is just like, okay, well, I mean, let's hold on. This is the golden boy. I don't want to get rid of him. Hear me out. He did just save a tank the other day that we were going to lose. He ran in front of a bunch of machine gun fire and got that tank back. So now that he threw this tank away, it's basically a net zero. I think we should just let it slide. Go ahead, give him a new M4A176W again, and we'll get him back on the front lines. And that's it.
They said, here's your old tank. And he said, no.
That's the whole story. They give him a new tank and he goes back to fighting. Okay, do you understand how incredibly gangster that is? This is an entire another level of plot armor, okay? Going toe-to-toe with the enemy and like doing some crazy stuff and surviving, that's one level. Going toe-to-toe with Uncle Sam about his money is a completely another level.
Okay, that's funny. It's one thing to do some stupid crap and survive when it comes to the enemy. It's another thing to do some stupid crap with Uncle Sam and survive.
Bro, I'm gonna lay this out for you before you start. I'm gonna lay this out. They wanted my fucking canteen back, my little water thing that I sucked out of. They wanted that back. It was made of plastic, and if I didn't give it back, it was a $50 charge. Him doing that is just astronomically badass.
Armor that most people can't even...
This is what being the golden boy gets you, I guess.
Fathom. For example, when you go to get out of the military, they make you turn in every piece of equipment they ever gave you, ever. Okay, they're gonna pull out a sheet of paper that's this long with a list of all of it, and it's gonna be the most ridiculous stuff on the planet. They're gonna be like, yeah, we gave you a marker tube type in 2003. What the fuck is a marker?
It's a Sharpie. It's a Sharpie. They wanted that back from me too. I did not have one.
We gave you a Sharpie in 2003. We want that shit back.
Tube
it's
type.
dead serious. They want everything
a Sharpie
back.
In 2000.
My guy, a Sharpie runs out. How do you give that back? How do you give that back?
literally go, you buy like a 24 pack, and you give them a new one, you throw the rest of the pack away.
That's so stupid.
3. Okay, I'll just pay for it. How much does the government pay for Sharpies? $79.95 is what
that is
we
also
pay
true
for fucking Sharpies around here. And then you have to pay the government $79.95 for a Sharpie that you lost 20 years ago. Otherwise, they negatively impact your credit score. The rest of it.
Man, this is one of the reasons why my pops tells me, look, this is why you don't join the military, because of crap like this. Oh, that's funny.
Us mere mortals are over here getting harassed by the U.S. military because we lost a canteen cup at some point. Meanwhile, War Daddy's over here waterboarding an entire tank and just walking away like nothing happened.
Okay, I see why. I get the picture. I see why this man is gangsta, because freaking they're like, yeah, that freaking $2 Sharpie that we gave you that we paid $75 for the kind of packs that we give. We need you to buy the whole pack because you forgot it 13 years ago. And then War Daddy is like, yeah, I drove this tank into the lake because you didn't respect me. What are you gonna do about it? We're gonna give you a new tank. That is funny.
And nobody cares. This is an unprecedented level of plot armor. So that's August 16th. He gets his new...
I see what you mean by when you said he's the main character. This guy is like... This guy has like stereotypical isekai anime plot armor. This man has like isekai main character plot armor level of crap going on here.
Tank in the Mood 3. August 17th, the very next day, they come into a humongous battle. They catch up with an entire German armored unit that has 12 Panther tanks. Luckily, the Allied forces at this point in time have air superiority, so they radio in for some planes, and they come in and they bomb the entire Panther unit. Then, after the planes drop a bunch of bombs all over them, then all of the American Sherman tanks start to advance. And then a couple minutes later, another group of American planes come. They were either P-38s or P-47s, depending on which source you want to read. Doesn't really matter. Either way, American planes come, and then they proceeded to bomb everybody, the American tanks included. And during this bombing,
oh, right. Yeah, that checks out.
Run in the Mood 3 and the tank next to it would both be hit. Luckily, nobody in War Daddy's
I love that there's in the Mood 3.
crew would be hurt. However, both of the tanks were knocked out. At which point, the battalion commander orders everybody to fall back because things have just went catastrophically wrong. Poole orders his men to all bail out and run back. Baby the driver and Jailbird the loader, both cool, dope. They hop out of the tank, they run back. It is now Poole and Schoolboy left inside this tank. The other tank right next to In the Mood 3 also...
So it's the leader and the one guy who didn't have a nickname until recently. So this should be interesting.
No, it's both drivers, not even the leader.
All run off. However, one of those crew members is hurt and they're laying on the ground. War Daddy sees this, hops out of his tank, runs over to try to save this guy, drawing all the machine gun fire from the German side on In the Mood 3. War Daddy ends up making it over to this other tanker and helping to save him. However, Burt Close, Schoolboy, is now pinned down underneath In the Mood 3, so he just digs in and buries himself underneath the tank, hoping that he's not hit by enemy machine gun fire or an American plane. So that's all he does. He just lays underneath the tank and kind of buries himself in the dirt, and he waits, listening to the machine gun fire bounce off his tank as he hears American bombs exploding in the background, and he just waits. And 10 minutes go by, and suddenly somebody runs and dives under the tank, and it scares the shit out of Burt Close. And he looks over, it's an American, so he kind of relaxes for a second, but that dude doesn't see Burt yet. And Burt Close, Schoolboy, recognizes this guy. It was his friend from basic training that he hadn't seen in like 2 years. And Close remembers...
Okay, we're up to an insane start with Schoolboy.
Damn straight.
We were talking plot armor before. This right here is... I feel like somebody needs to reread the script.
Was on the first day of basic training, this guy got asked a question by the drill instructor, and he told the drill instructor, I don't know. And from that point on, throughout the rest of the...
Wait a minute, what did he just say?
...scene in like 2 years. And Close remembers on the first day of basic training, this guy got asked a question by the drill instructor, and he told the drill instructor, I don't know. And
oh no, that can't go well.
From that point on, throughout the rest of their training, that particular drill instructor would always tell this guy, What do you know? Bearing that in mind, Schoolboy asks the guy, hey, what the hell happened? And that guy responds, I have no idea. To which Schoolboy responds the same thing the drill instructor would have responded, what do you know? And that...
Man, even in the midst of heavy ordnance gunfire, plane bombers, and literal death and destruction, you can at least have a few seconds room for a good joke.
Guy whipped his head
It gets better.
around, recognizing the voice of his friend, and they were reunited after like 2 years not seeing each other, not knowing if they were alive. They've just ran into each other in the most unfortunate circumstance on the planet, and then they just hung out for the next hour in the middle of this firefight, catching up, because there's literally nothing else they could do.
I'm sorry, they're just buried underneath of this freaking hunk of metal and death, surrounded by bombs, gunfire, enemy and allied forces, as they are having active bombs dropped on top of them, and they're just chilling in the dirt, catching up, shooting the crap.
It's actually pretty common.
That is some insane thing to get by with. I'm gonna go get some more pizza.
And it's the most army thing I've ever heard, ever. So while Close is catching up with his buddy, War Daddy makes his way back to safety. He carries that injured tanker with him, and then he realizes that he's missing Bert Close, Schoolboy, and he was not about to lose another assistant driver and bow gunner, and he is ready to run back into hell to go get him too. He is then physically restrained and given a direct order to not. So like an hour goes by, Schoolboy and his buddy are just chilling underneath the remnants of In the Mood 3, waiting for the bombs to clear up. Finally, the German armor unit's forced to retreat. They get the all clear, the planes aren't going to be coming anymore, and then they just kind of get out from underneath the tank and walk back, and everything's okay. So now the next problem is
Jeez Louise. I don't even know what to say to that. That is just some full metal crap right there.
Mood 3 is gone, they no longer have a tank. Well, by that time they had already replaced the motor in the Mood 2, and they were ready to hop back in that. So the next day, August 8th...
Wait, so they just immediately get back and goes, so how have things gone? We got the new motor and we're getting back in there.
Basically, yes.
Through August 26th,
Can't stop, won't
War
stop.
Daddy and the crew of In the Mood 2 go ham.
My guy, by the end of this, they need to give all of these men two things. The first thing they need to give them is promotion in some capacity, and the second thing they need to give them is a big ass wheelbarrow to carry their balls around.
You have no idea. Continue. Trust. It goes over all that. Trust.
They spearhead every single mission, driving further and further into enemy territory, wrecking absolutely anybody that gets in their way. Poole and In the Mood 3 are leading the entire 3rd Armored Division deeper and deeper into enemy territory, and during this point of the war, the 3rd Armored Division earns the nickname the Spearhead Division because they are leading the rest of the military into the fight because they are advancing so rapidly. It is literally the largest unhealthcare system in the world being spearheaded.
The largest unhealthcare system is a really funny lie. Sorry,
healthcare is not free.
The largest unhealthcare system is really funny.
Headed by War Daddy and his crew of In the Mood 2. They're pushing so hard, so fast into enemy territory that they start getting direct orders from the battalion commander to slow down and let everybody else catch up. There's accounts of In the Mood 2 taking out entire infantry companies by themselves, 250 men in a single day. And somehow, presumably divine plot armor, despite the fact that they are the first and sometimes the only one into a fight, they go completely untouched every single time. Then, August 27th, they come across a major set of train tracks, at which point they're all like, I got an idea, let's line the tanks up.
All right. I gotta hear what kind of garbage is about to be spewed into my ears.
Train tracks, at which point they're all like, I got an idea, let's line the tanks up and wait. And that's what they did, and they waited. And they waited, and like 8 hours later, here comes a German train full of all types of cargo and equipment and tanks and armored vehicles rolling down the tracks, and a bunch of Sherman tanks just open fire, turning the entire...
You know what? That kind of makes sense. Just like,
Again. Go ahead.
Just, This is a train track. Trains from Germany travel on this track. I love the context of just putting that together, and it's just like, let's just wait here and see if we get anything. And then it's like fishing in a pond, but the pond has one track on it.
I'm gonna tell you for the 5th time. I don't know how I'm gonna tell you this. It gets better.
How? How does it get better than you literally jumping a whole
Trust
ass
me.
train?
Trust
They
me, it gets
jumped
better.
a whole train.
Thing
It
into a
gets
shooting
better.
gallery, destroying absolutely everything on this train. At which point, Poole is like, cool. Now that I know which direction the trains are headed, I'm going to go get the next one. And he takes off heading the opposite direction.
Okay, I see what you mean.
That the train is going to be coming. So he's going to catch this train before anybody else. And sure enough, like an hour later, here comes another train headed in the exact same direction. It is now In the Mood 2, and this train going head to head as In the Mood 2 starts firing 76mm rounds into the engine of the locomotive. After 2 shots, it completely destroys the locomotive engine as the rest of the train glides to a halt. As they pull around and the rest of the train comes into view, there are 4 German Tiger II tanks on
All right.
this train. They haven't even ran into one
Those
of
are
these
the
in
big
combat yet, and there's 4 of them sitting dead on this train, but the Germans are running to get in the tanks to use them as artillery and get the guns aimed at In the Mood 2. And one of those German guns will absolutely destroy In the Mood 2. Probably with a single hit. At this point, Schoolboy starts using his 30 cal machine gun, and War Daddy starts using the 50 cal up top to shoot at these German Tiger tanks. Not because it's actually going to hurt the tanks, but because all the machine gun fire is keeping the Germans from getting inside of them to be able to use them. And while that's going on, Groundhog is opening fire on the tanks with the 76mm over and over, finally being able to break through the Tiger tanks' armor, destroying all 4 of the tanks as they continue to destroy everything else on this train. For the next
All right.
It gets better.
I already know. Like, I already know you're gonna say that. I already knew that. I just need to kind of absorb this and just be like, "Holy crap! The man did not stop." He just, yeah, we know we're not gonna damage much of the tanks by pelting them with unholy amounts of fire, but it keeps the idiots from getting inside of them and shooting at us. So you know what? We're just gonna keep shooting them until either A, idiots die, or B, the tanks blow up.
Half hour, it is a complete shooting gallery as In the Mood 2 wreaks havoc on this now defenseless train. At some point, the rest of the tanks catch up and they chip in too, but the majority of the credit ends up going to In the Mood 2. When the smoke clears, they make sure all the Germans are gone, and then they go in and see what else, if there's any cargo that's salvageable, hoping for, like, I don't know, German chocolate, or food, or most importantly, booze. And they go in.
You know what, Based? After doing all of the crap that they go through, I cannot blame them looking for that.
And they start looking at all the cargo, and it's an entire train, besides the tanks and a couple armored cars that were on there. All the cargo is just like French lingerie and fancy perfumes and a bunch of woman stuff. Basically, they figured the Germans were just loading up trains full of anything they could find of value inside of France and trying to ship it back by rail to Germany to extract as much value as possible as they were being forced to retreat. Now, here's the silver lining. Somebody had the brilliant idea of like, hey, it's not food and it's not beer, but hear me out. The entire 3rd AD is on its way to Belgium right now. And if we show up in Belgium and we give all the ladies there a bunch of French lingerie and perfume, we're going to be heroes, and then maybe, just maybe, they'll wear it for us. If so, fact.
You know what? I kind of was putting the pieces together to figure out what direction that was going, and I'm like, if it ain't food and it ain't booze, it can be used to get something else.
Yeah, beautiful transaction.
There's now an entire regiment of M4 Sherman tanks and armored cars full to the brim of fancy French lingerie.
Men are simple creatures and creatures of habit. Correct.
And perfume headed to Belgium.
I just heard you grab the mic and just pull it forward.
What else am I gonna do? It's just yes.
Now at this point, while everybody else is loading up lingerie and perfume, the chain of command is having a meeting because War Daddy and his tank crew just took out an entire train pretty much by themselves, including 4 German Tiger II tanks. So we need to get them some kind of award.
Welcome back,
it becomes
Mizzletine.
clear to the chain of command.
We're just hearing a weird story about possibly one of the most insane like tank pilots ever.
That these
tank
are
pilot.
probably the best tank crew.
Motherfucker. Tank commander.
Commander, yeah. Sorry, I'm not good with the terminology.
I know, I'm giving you crap. I know you're not. I'm giving you crap just for that reason.
Yeah, I know you're giving me crap. Isn't like 8? Isn't like 7/10 of like the army, the military, like whatever branch it is, giving each other crap?
That's all of them. Not even like picking one. They all give each other crap. All right.
Right. Within each other's ranks. Like, that's not even measuring how much crap they give each other based on the branches they're in.
That America has right now, and they would do a better job of serving the country if they were sent back home and sent on tour where they could tell their story and help sell war bonds. And honestly, they've earned it at this point. So the chain of command.
I mean, yeah, you took out 2 trains. One of those trains having 4 heavyweight tanks on them that I don't know the name and model for.
Tiger II.
I feel like you've earned a. I feel like you've earned a moment of like a moment to sit back and relax. Marines of the crayon eaters. The Navy is. The Coast Guard are pirates. The Space Force is the Space Force, and the Army is basic.
Hey, the Army's a little fruity too. Okay, the entire military is just a tad fruity.
Boy.
Then orders Poole to fall all the way back to the very rear and let everybody else handle everything from here on out. Fast forward 2 hours later, whoever's spearheading the formation now comes up to this bridge, and this bridge is the only way across this river, and it's being guarded by 3 German Panthers, and leadership has no idea how to cross this bridge. So leadership has another meeting, and they're like, fuck, I guess, let's get War Daddy back up here. We need the main character.
It's like, all right, well, somebody get the main character. We need we need the plot armor.
Bring him up. So
all thanks, War Daddy. Looks like I'm in.
Poole gets the order. He pulls out of the formation, drives to the very front. Again, he's been gone for a whole 2 hours. He gets to the front, gets briefed on what's going on. He evaluates the situation. He looks off in the distance. There's this big hill on their side of the river. So he's like, okay, you guys stay here. I'm gonna go handle this. So they drive up to the top of this hill. He now has a good view of the rest of the river, and he can actually make out one of the German Panther tanks. He can't see the other 2. He doesn't know how many are there. He just knows they're there. They're so well camouflaged.
So he's going into this blind.
Yes. You forget he's the main character. He's got this shit, right?
He might be the main character, but all he sees is 1 tank. And I believe he just stated there was like 4.
Hear me out. He's the main character. Just watch. It gets good.
All right.
But he can see one of them. So he takes aim and he gets them ready, and he's like, we're just gonna rapid fire this entire thing. He opens fire, and as soon as he fires, there's another round in by Jailbird, and they fire again and again and again, and they take out this first Panther tank, and they do it.
How many of those things can you have in a single tank? Like, I know there's a limit to how much ammo you can keep in that thing.
A minimum of 40.
Oh, okay.
Minimum.
So fast, and they fire
Those things
so
can
many
carry a
times.
lot.
How big are they physically? Just like, if I'm just to ask, how big is it? Like, how big is the bullet you're putting in that thing?
Take your hand. Look at it. Look at the palm. That's the size of the round. The bigger. So it's about 2 feet tall, maybe 2.5 feet tall.
So it's the size of an oats. It's the size of an oats container.
A little bigger. Here, hold on. I'll send you a picture.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking the family-sized oats containers. You seen those ones that's like freaking gigantic?
How do I put it? They're pretty fucking big.
That's fair.
They're not tiny. Hold on. Let me find perfect.
The M4 the M4A2 Sherman can carry 97 rounds of main gun and 18 boxes of 30 caliber, and as many boxes that you can strap to everything else.
Go look in your DMs real quick. There's a ruler next to it, and I think it's not too bad, but like I said, it's not. That's about 3 feet long, actually. So, yeah. That's what they're thugging out.
Ah, I see. So they're shooting femurs at them. Got it.
Is your femur 3 feet long?
Elephant femurs.
Weird looking femur.
They're shooting elephant femurs at them. Got it.
That all the other tanks think that they're getting ambushed and they start retreating. There was only 2 tanks there.
Wait, hang on a minute. I just checked back into this video. What did he just say?
All the other tanks, this first Panther tank, and they do it so fast and they fire so many times that all the other tanks think that they're getting ambushed and they start retreating. There was
no shot. They basically just they basically just blew away that one tank so good that it scared off the other tanks?
No, they were firing so fast that they thought they were getting ambushed by more than one.
That is
There's only 2 tanks there. He sees them once they start moving. But those tanks take off thinking that there's way more tanks than just one attacking them. Meanwhile, Pool's entire unit's kind of just sitting there like listening, hearing tank fire in the background, wondering what's happening. A few minutes later, Pool comes driving by again and just drives right across the bridge. So everybody else is like, okay, and then they follow him, and then problem solved. War Daddy saved the day yet again.
What kind of plot armor is this? Brother, if you make a movie about this, no one's gonna believe this. And they already made a movie about it.
And it's a great goddamn movie.
Again. At this point, Pool's probably thinking to himself, like, okay, this is the point where I'm supposed to stop, get orders. They're probably going to send me to the back of the formation again. And he's like, but I don't want that, because off in the distance, a couple miles ahead, he sees a German town, and he knows that that town is probably full of all types of important German supplies, because a second ago, they had 3 German Panther tanks trained on a single choke point. It was a pretty safe place to be. And he knows that if he can get there in a hurry, he can probably take out a bunch of more enemy objectives. So he just hauls ass straight into this town, right down Main Street, and sure enough, there's 4 German ammo trucks full of German war supplies, and he takes out all 4 of them by himself, as the rest of the unit is desperately trying to keep up.
So this man is just like trailing ahead of everyone else, and he is just literally, he and his buddies are literally just basically farming this situation.
Well, they're just trying to grind out their tech tree faster.
It's like, I don't know what to tell you. If they were playing War Fun Thunder, they're just like, I'm trying to get those upgrades, all right?
They just want to kick their ass. About 26.5 tons worth of supplies. Yes.
Excellent.
While some of the other tanks finally catch up to Pool, but Pool keeps leading them deeper and further into enemy-held territory. And at dusk that night, they'd be ambushed by more Panther tanks. And that ambush started by one of the Panther tanks shooting directly at In the Mood 2. Luckily, it was a glancing blow, and everybody was okay. In the Mood turns, returns fire, and scores a direct hit, knocking out the tank as the German crew bails out.
These guys are crazy good aiming in that tank because they have not missed a shot.
We got no idea.
But the tank didn't burst into flames yet, and that's not acceptable. So, in the movie...
He goes, we hit it and did a lot of damage, but it did not turn into a smoldering pile of ash, so we didn't hit it hard enough yet.
To advances to shoot this tank again. As they hit it again, the whole thing blows up as In the Mood 2 gets hit again from another Panther tank. And again, it glances off the armor and everybody's okay. But
what is this plot armor?
They don't know where the hell it came from because it's so dark out they can't actually see.
That is like what, the 5th? What is that, like the 15th time that their tank has just been glanced before, just grazed by a bullet, as opposed to completely eviscerated?
Yes.
Like, I love this factor because when it comes to, from what I understand, when it comes to this, what they're shooting at you, either it glances you and you're okay, or it hits you and you are now a pile of past tense.
Usually it's the second one, but these guys are just built different.
Built different. I feel like these guys got wall hacks.
See anything, so now they're just waiting and they're kind of moving back and forth, and this Panther tank fires at
This here feels like the equivalent of someone using wall hacks in real life.
them again, and they could see the muzzle flash. The Panther missed, and In the Mood starts returning fire just in that general direction, firing blindly. And after 4 or 5 rounds sent that way, they see an enormous explosion and flames as they had scored a direct hit on the enemy Panther tank with pure luck. Any remaining German forces are forced to flee, and that was the end of that battle. They bed down for the night, they get some more gas in the tank, they get everything fixed, they eat some food, and the next morning, they take off again, driving further into enemy-held territory. The next morning, War Daddy and In the Mood 2 take off, hauling ass with the rest of the tanks. Poole figures that those 2 German Panthers ambushed them because they were trying to protect something, and he wants to find out what it was. So, he keeps charging deeper and deeper into enemy-held territory, and that's when he comes across an entire German supply convoy. And yet again, War Daddy and In the Mood proceed to turn this entire supply caravan into a shooting gallery. In the Mood alone is credited with destroying over 100 vehicles, 2 German Panther tanks, 2 other tanks, 3 German 88 anti-tank guns, claiming over 50 enemies KIA, claiming 63 as prisoners of war, and a ton of others wounded. When the smoke...
That is a lot of achievements.
He ain't on you.
Brother's Xbox account is looking like just like speed running all of the achievements.
Settles
He
from this, and the
ran. He's
leadership
just
gets to
getting
figure out
extra.
what actually happened. It is decided that the In the Mood crew is all going to receive bronze stars, and Lafayette Green Poole is going to receive the
Those are the 2 tanks. Was a Panzer III in Panzer IV-F.
Distinguished Service Cross. He would also be nominated for the Medal of Honor, but that was rejected for some reason. Something to do with being in a tank is a team effort, and he didn't do it by himself, so he doesn't deserve the Medal of Honor, which doesn't really make sense, but it never does.
So hang on a minute. They were going to give him the Medal of Honor, and then they took it away because it was simply because, oh, you had other guys with you in the tank, and we don't want to give all of them the Medal of Honor.
Yes. Dumb, ain't it?
That is pretty dumb.
That happened. Now from here, it's pretty smooth sailing. They don't have much contact with the German military. They're pretty much just going from town to town, hanging out in a town at the end of every night. However, In the Mood continues to be the #1 spearhead of the entire division, and now, instead of being the first into contact, they're the first into every town, and that comes with its own unique set of rewards, because as soon as American tanks start rolling in, all the people come running out as they start celebrating that the Americans are here to beat the Nazis, and they start showering them with gifts, cheeses, breads, fruits, eggs, and most importantly, booze. So in the
gotta have that.
Mood gets first dibs on all the booze. This pattern repeats itself.
So they just stroll in and they just get all sorts of crap thrown at them, and it's just like, awesome, free booze.
Yes.
Day after day for a little while, and then they eventually come up on a bigger city called Leger in Belgium. Once there, they take the city pretty easily, capturing 1,500 German POWs, and then they've essentially freed the town, at which point all the townspeople come rushing out to thank the Americans, and surprise, surprise, this city is full of very attractive young Belgian women. They start
Well, I know exactly what's happening here.
giving the soldiers gifts like food and booze, and in exchange, the soldiers break out the fancy lingerie and perfume that they liberated from that train a couple of days ago, and they start giving that back in exchange, and the entire thing turns into one gigantic block party that kind of ends up turning into a shit show, because all the soldiers spread out as they start sleeping with all these young women, showing them that inches are in fact better than centimeters, and everybody's just...
Okay, that's an excellent line right
Damn straight.
Oh, that is funny.
Complete completely hammered. Which was fine, there was nothing wrong with that, right up until the next morning when the chain of command got the order to move out immediately. At which point the leadership, A, they're hungover, but B, they're kind of looking around, it's just like there's passed out people drunk all over the city, on the sidewalks, in the streets. It's chaos. The soldiers are all spread out because they all went home with different women. They don't know where like 75% of their soldiers even are. They radio back, they're like, we're gonna need a couple of days to regroup. We had an issue in town here. So after that, they spend the next couple of days regrouping and getting ready to move out again. After they get regrouped, it's off to the next couple of
smile
days,
he has at the
regrouping
end of
and getting ready to move out again.
that smile that he has right there after saying that, you know exactly what went through his head as he tried his best to, you know, that is not the first time he said that line. He had to probably take that line like 18 times before he got it right.
You do know this man was like prior army, right? Of course he knows what he's thinking and saying.
It's just the fact that you can tell he's trying not to laugh because he's got to be professional.
After they get regrouped, it's off to the Siegfried Line, the border of Germany, guarded by dragon's teeth, mines, machine gun positions, and barbed wire. They have to finally make their last push and break into Germany. On their way to the Siegfried Line, Poole is informed that him and his crew are not going to be allowed to spearhead this mission either, and they are to remain in the rear because him and his crew are still going to get sent home early so that they can sell war bonds and be heroes. Poole is also informed that they are going to be taking away his loader. Del Boggs, Jailbird, is going to be sent all the way to the rear, where he is going to have to undergo a vision and hearing exam for the next 2 weeks, pretty much the entire duration of the rest of their time in theater.
Isn't Jailbird the guy that puts the bullets in the gun?
A little bit bigger than a bullet, but yeah, he is. He's the one that.
What would be the technical term to describe this thing?
A loader.
Loader, not the position, but the actual thing, because like bullet is obviously too small. Shell. Okay, so Jailbird is the loader that's loading those gigantic elephant femurs of shells into the gun, right?
Yes.
And it was reported earlier in the video that he could do it so well that before the man even said fire, the shell was already in the gun, ready to go.
Yes. You understand it.
So they're gonna just take that guy out back, give him an eye exam for 2 weeks.
Yes. Unfortunately.
That is some really stupid crap to pull. But all right, let's see how this gameplay plays out.
Before they get sent back home. And the actual reason for this was because his brother had passed away in combat 2 weeks.
Never mind.
Weeks prior, and he was the last remaining son in his family, and the commander did not want to have to tell that man's family that he died in combat 2 weeks before he was supposed to come home. So he was going to be sent all the way to the rear, where he was going to stay until he could get sent back to America.
Okay, that's more reasonable. It's still not the best option, I think, because freaking that man is outstanding. But at the same time, I understand the reasoning.
All this in mind, Poole agrees, and he is going to remain in the rear of the formation, and he's not going to be doing anything crazy. He is then assigned a brand new...
You know, I hear that line. I hear him say he's not going to do anything crazy. And you want to know what I think of that, Panzer?
Bullshit, anyway.
Correct. Fresh out of basic training, Private First Class Kenneth King to be the replacement loader for Jailbird, the best M4 loader in all of World War II.
All right. Okay. Just, hey, we know we're taking one of your favorite guys away from this, but you know, here, have this guy. You know, literally the best.
How a German tank snuck past the American line and managed to ambush Poole's section, and the first tank they managed to shoot was in the mood. Poole immediately orders his crew to return fire, which they do, but the shell wasn't effective against the Panther, as he orders them to fire again, but Private First Class Kenneth King wasn't able to reload at the same pace that Jailbird was before him. So Poole orders Baby to throw it in reverse as he tries to get this kid more time to reload the gun. He ends up jamming the gun as the Panther fires another shell at In the Mood, and it punches through In the Mood and hits Private First Class Kenneth King directly in the head, killing him instantly. As Poole and Groundhog are both ejected from the tank, severely wounded, and the tank is still being thrown in reverse, being manned by nobody except for Baby and Schoolboy. Driving blind, they just continue to travel in reverse as another Panther shell
This turned into a crap show really fast.
hits In the Mood but glances off. After about 30 yards, they end up hitting a ditch and rolling the entire tank. While that's going on, Poole, who'd been ejected from the tank moments earlier, looks down to see that one of his legs has been completely shredded by the shrapnel. As he reaches into his pocket, pulls out a morphine syringe, basically a single one-time use dose of morphine, injects himself before pulling out his pocket knife and attempting to remove what's left of his leg. The near
Ow. Okay. Doing that with
Shit,
a
you're
pocket
already in a-
knife. Doing that with
Okay,
a
you're
pocket
al-
knife is absolutely messed up.
I can tell you right now, you are already in enough pain. You will not feel any more. Trust me.
Yeah, to be fair, like he
Having
did
your
just say
leg
his leg was
shredded is
shredded
enough
with
pain.
shrapnel. I feel like there isn't many nerve endings left to feel pain.
No, you'd still feel it. It's gonna hurt like a motherfucker, but it's already gonna be blinding enough that it's like, okay.
It's like, well, if
And
I'm
it's
still
done.
well, if I'm still conscious through this, I guess I could deal with a little more.
by American tanks engage the German Panther, destroying it as a neighboring tank commander runs to Poole's aid. As Poole is yelling at him to go help the people in the tank, he doesn't. He runs up to Poole, injects him with another morphine syringe before calling medics to aid him. When the medics show up, they inject him with yet another morphine.
So this man got injected with morphine 3 times. Is he not going to be at risk of like some kind of crazy overdose?
Yeah.
Surrett, and Poole loses consciousness. The rest of the In the Mood crew survives, and they end up ultimately getting reassigned to different tank crews where they remain for the rest of World War II. Poole, on the other hand, has to have his right leg amputated 8 inches above the knee, and he is sent back home where he spends the next 20.
Hang on a second. He's about 6'3", right?
6'3" and minus 8 inches above the knee.
That is really high up. Holy shit. That is
no shit.
That is
anything
one...
above the knees high.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The closer it gets to the hip, the worse it gets.
22 months in the hospital, battling different infections, rehabbing, and getting fitted for a prosthetic. By the time he's released from the hospital, it is 1946 and World War II is over, and he is then immediately discharged from the United States military because he now no longer has a leg. Lafayette Green Poole.
Okay, so I need a refresher. I believe there's a specific, because I know there's different kinds of discharges from the military. This type, what would this type be classified as?
Medical.
A medical discharge?
You know, he doesn't have a leg.
Okay, because I know that there's like, there's all sorts of different kinds. One of them, I don't know what qualifies for some of them.
I've got you. I can tell you all 4. Medical, general, honorable, dishonorable.
What is honorable? I know how dishonorable discharge works. I do know that one because it's used a lot in media. I don't know what honorable discharge is.
Honorable means you did your job, you did it good, and you got discharged with literal honor.
Okay. So you have medical,
you did your job.
Honorable, dishonorable. What was the other one?
General. It's like, okay, you're just not too good, not too bad, you're there, and then you had some other reasons you had to get out, so they're like, okay, this is general discharge, here you go.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Okie doke. Also, ow.
AKA War Daddy and his tank crew of In the Mood were in combat together for 81 days in World War II. And in that 81 days, they are credited with taking out 1,000 German soldiers, capturing 250 more, destroying 275 armored vehicles, and 12 German tanks. For this, Poole had been nominated for the Medal of Honor twice. The first time the paperwork had apparently been lost, and the second time he was just flat out rejected. He was, however, awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the Legion of Merit, a Purple Heart, the French Croix de Guerre, and the Belgian Fourrière. After being
that's a lot of rewards.
Released from the military, he went back home to Texas, where him and his wife started having kids, and he worked as a mechanic at a gas station for a number of years. And then, after a few years, the United States military came out with a special program where they would let people rejoin the military if they had special or desired talents, regardless of their physical disabilities, and Poole fit that bill. He was brought back into the military to serve as an advisor and to help train the next generation of tankers. He would do that from 1948 until retiring in 1960 as a Warrant Officer 4. He then decides that his next life adventure is going to be a preacher, which he does for a number of years, which honestly makes sense because the dude is super good at putting people in touch with God. So he does that for a little while, and then he
off to an outstanding start. All right, this ended on an excellent note, given that I am highly of faith. I am very into this.
He gets bored with that and he decides that he wants to give back and help the community, so he decides that he's going to be a teacher. He goes and he becomes a middle school shop teacher, and on
that's actually sweet.
The first day of any kid's shop class, he would always lecture them on the importance of safety and how dangerous power tools could be, right before drilling a hole directly into his wooden prosthetic leg. But
that's something that is some crap my grandpa would pull. That is the kind of crap my grandpa would pull. Oh man, I gotta tell you this. This reminded me of something. So my grandpa, he was ultra careful with kids. He always wanted to make sure, hey, we got to keep our kids safe. And one of the things that he did, and I love this, is he instilled a lot of us in the idea it's like you can't trust everything someone says. And one of the things he did is we had this very specific coconut. I'm not kidding when I say this. It was a big coconut that he had for years, and he goes, that there is a donkey egg. And then or more specifically what he said, he goes, that there is an ass egg. And he goes, yeah, if you sit on it, an ass will, he goes, if you sit on it, an ass will appear. And then, the kid goes and sits on it, and he waits, and he waits, and he waits. He goes, where's the donkey? He goes, well, I see an ass sitting right on it.
Oh, there you go. God, I love it.
You gotta love that. That's so good. Oh man, I'm trying not to swear so much, but man, I'm watching military stuff. Of course I'm gonna hear it. Booth.
The kids didn't know that at the time. After that,
man, that would freak out. Those kids are just like, oh! Just like, don't worry, I'm okay. It's a wooden leg.
Finally does truly retire, and in his retirement he forms a relationship with the armored units out of Fort Hood. They bring him out there, they let him drive in an M1 Abrams tank for the first time. He's blown away at how much better they are than the tanks that he drove during World War II. They also have him as the guest of honor at all their military events where he commonly gets to speak and he gets to know all the guys. And then in 1990 they're sent off to fight in Desert Storm. If you don't know, Desert Storm is considered to be the last great tank battles the world has ever seen. The last time that tanks were going toe-to-toe with one another on the battlefield. And the entire time that his guys were out there, Lafayette Poole was back home, glued to the news, watching it every single moment of every single day. And as Desert Storm, and by extension tank versus tank warfare, would come to a close, so would Lafayette Poole. His health began to decline and he would pass away at the age of 71 on May 30th, 1991.
71, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for going through the kind of crap he's going through. 71, that's excellent. My grandpa did not get that to that age.
Yeah, you're right. Well, then again, he was too stubborn to die, so.
Listen, my grandpa, he was diagnosed with 3 types of cancer. They gave him 4 months. He said, nah, I'll take 5 years.
Good enough for me.
Man was diagnosed with 3 different types of cancer, said no to all forms of treatment, and just said, I'll leave it in God's hand. And he lived for 5 more years. And he didn't die because of just the normal circumstances. His death was brought about because he's just straight up said, I think I'm good. I'm not even kidding. He just, like, the year he died, he just said, I think I'm good to move on now. Like, I'm content with seeing how. One of the things he mentioned was just like, I see you're doing well. Like, to me specifically, he goes, I see you're doing well. You've got yourself on the right way. You can figure you've got a good situation going for you. You stick to that, you'll be good. And I think I can handle that well enough to pass on. And in that year, he passed on. I don't think he died because of anything other than his own choice.
Bro, Lilic, yeah, all right. I'm a walk out, Chief. Got you.
There was a joke that me and my pops had for a while where it was just like, we just don't, we're just like, it's like every year we were like, he could die any week, he could die at any week. And we were always just so concerned for it. And we were just like, at a certain point, we were just like, I don't think he knows how. I think he's trying, but he doesn't know how. No, it just turns out he just wasn't ready yet. And then when he was just like, all right. And then he left. He was good. Genuinely, it was wild. As much as it was like a sad event that happened, like he straight up went out when he felt like it. Crazy.
He went out when he wanted to. Shit.
Unit out of Fort Hood had made their way to Germany safely on their way back home to America because Desert Storm was over, bringing a close not only to tank warfare as the world knew it, but the life of one of the greatest men to ever do it. So, in conclusion,
grandparents will occasionally be like, I peace, and just leave. It do be like that.
If this has taught us anything,
they just be like, hey, yo,
never underestimate what you can accomplish by cheating on your next eye exam. Thank you for
moral of the story. Excellent. Excellent moral of the story. Never underestimate what you can achieve by cheating on the eye exam. That's good. All right. That's gonna be all. We've been going for 4 hours at this point.
Oh, look at that. A normal stream length. Lovely.
For you, maybe. For me, 3 hours is usually where I'm going. But I'll probably start streaming for longer with variations. Let's see. Who do I have on my list to raid? I'm going to be in so much crap for Monday.
Damn
specifically from you.
No. How do you know?
Let's see. Who can I possibly raid? I raid him on occasion, but I'm thinking I might raid Geen. He's doing some tabletop stuff. Oh, wait. Actually, before I go, I have a question for you, Panzer.
Scared.
Don't worry. It's nothing
Crime?
that's going to be... It's nothing crazy. Have you been liking the daily doodles with the RPG party?
I have.
Which one's been your favorite?
The goblin.
Not characters. I mean the doodles specifically. There's 11 in total.
All right, here. Hold on. Let me go look. I want to look. I need to go. Twitter. Yes. I would have to say my favorite one is the door.
The classic. Just has anyone tried just opening it? No. Why would we consider that?
I know what you're gonna say. Whatever Pickett's husband says that I don't want to say, I'm going to say it now.
All right, what is it?
Yes, crime. Go commit crime. Here, gun, crime, go. Commit.
Just like the raccoon with a gun.
Here's a gun, go commit crime.
Here's a gun, go have fun.
Okay, I'm gonna put this into perspective.
Goblin these nuts.
He owns 4 tanks and has 6 50 cals. The Mod Deuce, the one that you saw in those videos, the big Doc, he has 6 of them.
The big
and he's threatening me with one of them.
Excellent. All right, we're wrapping things up. Geen Tamashi, he's a buddy of mine. They're apparently playing Destiny's Outcast, a tabletop game he's playing. Apparently, this one is titled "The Kobold Genocide?" ?
I love it. By the way, you always ask like who scares you? It's him.
Cool.
It's that man.
Hey, can you continue to do that? Because I don't have a way of getting back at Panzer now. Not in a literal sense. Anyway, I'll catch y'all later. Bye-bye.